Good evening, Central Unified Community. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. Today is May 13th. The time is 6:05 p.m. Let the attendance, as we call the meeting to order, let the attendance show. We are all in attendance. And do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? We have a motion by Trustee Sellers.
Second.
Second by Trustee Kerfon. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. We next move on to comments from the public on any closed session items. Unless there's anyone in the audience that wants to speak on any of the closed session items at this time. And if not, PIU Burrows, we don't have any indication that anybody's calling the line at this time. Okay, with that, we will head to closed session. We will return back and open at 7 p.m. Thank you. I'm just going to ask you, you all don't know what they always do, but could we just get a round of applause for Bradley, Kayla, and just Chris Martinez? They, They somehow always work wonders. You both are seen and appreciated. Thank you. Next, we call our Central Unified School Board, our regular meeting of the Board of Trustees, to order. The time is 7:07 p.m. Welcome to our Central Unified community. A few items to report out from closed session. The board unanimously approved item E3, our certificated personnel report. It was a unanimous vote. The board approved item E4, classified personnel report, by unanimous vote. And on item E7, the board denied by unanimous vote case number RMA-002374. And with that, I'll ask Vice President Carrillo to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand.
Thank you, Vice President Carrillo. And with that, may I invite Senor Lazo and Sardani Munjinder Sekon to share with our community engagement information.
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when the item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. The district welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and needing an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700, extension 10150, by noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting, or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas que hablan otros idiomas a las reuniones de la mesa directiva. Cualquier persona que planifique asistir y necesite un intérprete para un idioma que no sea español, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la reunión y antes del mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación. Thank you.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ 559-276-3150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਜਾਂ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਟੇਬਲ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਭਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਕਲਰਕ ਕੋਲ ਜਮ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਆਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਤੇ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਏਜੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਜਨਤਕ ਟਿੱਪਣੀ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਸਾਡਾ ਜ਼ਿਲ੍ਹਾ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਸਪੈਨਿਸ਼ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲਈ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੋਂ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ 48 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 559-274-4700 ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ 10150 ਤੇ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਇੱਕ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ। Next, we begin our presentations. I'd like to invite up for our school activities presentations our ASB president from Central East High School, Chase Wilson.
Good evening, board members and trustees. My name is Chase Wilson, and I'm the Associated Student Body President at Central East High School. As we wrap up the 2024-2025 school year and my final month as a Central Unified student, I feel honored to stand before you all one last time to reflect on the incredible journey this school year has been. In April, the week prior to spring break, our leadership team hosted Chicken Week, a spirit week full of lunchtime activities, dress-up days, and this year's Western-themed rally to conclude the week. The rally concluded with the crowning of chicken royalty, a fun tradition where students nominate and vote for their favorite teachers to be crowned in front of the entire school. Throughout the month of May, advanced placement testing has been taking place. During this challenging time for our students, we are trying to emphasize the importance of mental health as well as the ways to relieve stress. May is also Mental Health Awareness Month, so our Central East NAMI Club is hosting activities to spread awareness. This week, they've organized dress-up days that represent different mental health systems and highlight ways to relieve stress. Tomorrow, NAMI is bringing various agencies to campus to share information about how they support mental health throughout our Fresno community. As you may know, the first week of May is Teacher Appreciation Week. We took a twist on it and turned it into a week where we can appreciate all staff on campus, from our teachers and administrators to our custodians and lunch staff. Many different clubs and organizations came together on campus to appreciate them all. Our Interact Club, the largest service club on campus, bought over 100 sandwiches, cakes, cookies, drinks, and other snacks to thank our hardworking staff on campus. Our leadership team sent out a survey to figure out teachers' favorite drinks and delivered them that same Friday. This past weekend, we celebrated prom at Wolf Lakes Park in Sanger. This year's prom theme was Moonlight in the Mediterranean, and I can proudly speak for everyone and say that we had a great time in the Grecian style. As we approach the end of the school year, very much is happening very quickly for our seniors. May 1st, which is National Signing Day, we had around 100 seniors come to the stage of our Performing Arts Center to announce their plans after high school. Every senior received a certificate and ice cream, which was personally my favorite part. Today, we received our cap and gowns for graduation, and students who deemed college and career ready by the California Department of Education received a special cord. As you can see, it's been a busy but incredibly rewarding season at Central East. From celebrating school spirit during Chicken Week to supporting our students' academic and emotional well-being through AP testing and Mental Health Awareness Month, this final stretch of the year has truly showcased the heart of our school community. As a senior, I feel beyond grateful to have been a part of these memorable moments. None of it would have been possible without the hard work of our staff, the passion of our students, and the support of our district leadership. Thank you for continuing to believe and invest in student leadership, expression, and growth. It's been an honor serving as ASB president, and I'm proud to leave behind a legacy of spirit, service, and unity. Thank you again, and go Grizzlies.
Thank you, Chase, for that wonderful report. Next, we'll invite up Mia Morales from Central Online Homeschool.
Good evening, President Singh Chan, board members, Superintendent Dr. O'Brien, and honored guests. My name is Mia Morales, and I'm excited to share some highlights from Central Online Homeschool, where learning happens everywhere and community means everything. This spring, our students had the amazing opportunity to visit UC Santa Cruz. We rode through the scenic Santa Cruz Hills on the oldest operating steam engine train in existence, taking in both the beauty and rich history of the region. For many of us, it was our first time exploring a university campus. One of our students who had said they didn't plan on attending college had later shared with us that they had been inspired to apply to UCSC after graduation. That is the power of real-world learning. These kinds of trips also help us grow closer as a community. Students who had only seen each other in virtual classes were finally able to connect in person, build friendships, and create the most amazing memories with each other. Speaking of milestones, we are incredibly proud to honor 26 seniors and 4 juniors who will be graduating next month. More of our students are preparing for college than ever before, eager to explore career opportunities and new pathways. We hope you'll join us at our graduation ceremony on June 11th at 5:30 at Central East High School. In preparation for state testing, our students in grades 3rd through 8th and 11th received personalized test kits. These kits included essential tools and helpful tips to make sure our students felt ready and supported even from a distance. We've also continued to offer our enrichment activities that allow students to explore their passions. Our photography class has been a standout this year. Students have learned the fundamentals of visual storytelling and have captured some incredible moments. Their hard work will culminate in an end-of-the-year exhibition on June 5th, And there's even potential for their work to be featured through the Fresno Arts Council Art Hop, a huge honor and exciting opportunity for our students. In addition, COHS students have been invited to participate in a joint school baccalaureate service on June 1st at the Refinery West McKinley Church, where we'll reflect on our educational journeys and look ahead with gratitude and hope. And before we close out the year, our entire K-12 student body is invited to join us at Blackbeard's for an end-of-the-year celebration, a well-earned moment of fun, laughter, and togetherness. Lastly, we started a new tradition this year with our senior sunrise in August, a beautiful way to begin the final year of high school. Now, our class of 2025 will close the year with our first ever senior sunset on June 6th, marking the end of one chapter and the beginning of the next. Thank you for your continued support for Central Online Homeschool. Through these experiences, we're not just learning, we're growing, connecting, and discovering what's possible. We hope to see you at graduation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Next, we invite up our Central East and Justin Garza High School CAD Club. And it looks like we might have a familiar face.
Good evening, board members and trustees. We are CAD, a mental health and wellness organization with the Jakarta movement. And we came here earlier in the year, and we see some new faces with the board and want to introduce ourselves. My name is Gershon.
My name's Manpreet. I'm a first year CAD intern, and I'm from Central East.
My name's Sukhman. I'm a first-year CAD intern, and I'm from Justin Garza.
My name's Samuel. I'm a first-year CAD intern, and I'm at Central East High School.
I'm starting off with what is CAD. So CAD is a health and wellness internship program by the Jakarta movement focused on harm reduction. We have the chance to work with school staff, the school board, and local health departments to support substance abuse harm reduction, peer education, and better access to mental health resources. All of us interns are also CPR and naloxone certified. A lot of you guys may recognize us from the red boxes in every single classroom. CAD helped to bring upon the naloxone policy, which ensures every classroom is equipped with naloxone, and individuals working for Central Unified are naloxone certified. Something that we do are needle drives. So CAD interns often participate with the San Joaquin Medical Group and needle drive exchanges in downtown Fresno. This is a hands-on event where members of the community receive food, healthcare, new needles, naloxone, and any other sanitary items they may need. Our interns have helped with donations, sanitary bag assembling, and handing out items the day of the event.
Then we do more community outreach than just needle drives. So one of the things that we were very lucky to do is that we had District Attorney Lisa Smitkamp come to Central East High School. She was able to give presentations to 9th and 10th graders, and then a separate presentation to 11th and 12th graders about the dangers of fentanyl and about the importance of Narcan. She praised us for having that Narcan in every single classroom, something that the board helped make possible. And just to remind you guys, we were the first people in the first district in the nation to be able to do that. So it's a huge accomplishment on everyone's part. And not only that, she brought Dean Cardinelli, who is a DEA officer, a Drug Enforcement Administration officer, who responds to all Fresno County fentanyl cases to investigate. He shared his own experiences with the students. He was able to talk. They were able to interact. Our CAD students were able to give our own presentations, do activities so that students actually understood what fentanyl is, what the dangers of it are, and then how to use naloxone. So by the end, we had not necessarily trained everyone, but at least shown everyone how to use naloxone in case of an emergency. So we worked with our school administration, who gratefully helped us to get this all planned out. We had a whole rally schedule specifically set aside just so we could do this presentation, because the people who need it most are our freshmen, especially our freshmen and sophomores. Then we made an exciting connection during this DA visit with the DEA. Very confusing, I know, but we made an exciting connection, and we connected with the DA. We visited their office, and this gave us a grander knowledge of how our work was impacting Fresno County. on a larger scale. And after a lot of love and admiration from the DEA, we learned that Fresno County has been decreasing their fentanyl deaths by 4 years in a row. So I think last year, I don't really know the numbers. I think we had 120. This year we had about 80. So we have been decreasing the numbers, and we're one of the only counties which has been able to do that, which is something which it's part of CAD, but it's also all of the Fresno County's larger like ambitions and goals that they have, especially if you guys have seen like the you sell, we sell, you sell, your sell advertisements all throughout the county, which kind of show how they've been persecuting a lot more on this fentanyl.
So this April we had our town hall. At our town hall we focused on the important issue of substance use and mental health, exploring how they affect individuals and our community. We included activities, guest speakers, and our own presentations from the CAD interns. One of our guest speakers went over the effects of drug use and fentanyl. We also have a guest speaker talk about the importance of breathing exercises. Samuel and Mumpreet did a presentation on mental health and the dangers of stress, along with 2 activities. Gershawn and I also did a presentation on substance use in minority communities, which shows key factors which lead in drug use and statistics from those communities. Our other CAD intern, Akshnir, did an activity with drunk goggles, which showed the impact of drinking. One of the activities we did was the yarn activity, which we pass around a ball of yarn to symbolize our support network, which is vital to our mental health.
Another event that we had was our wellness center visit. Our wellness center visit was at a school in the downtown Fresno area called Faber. The first thing that we noticed while walking into the wellness center was how welcoming and encouraging it was walking inside. They had many resources, from food for students who didn't eat or didn't have food at home, to different types of toys and activities for the students to play with, as well as help calm them down. The most important thing, in my opinion, that the counselors had was their own room with their own type of creative designs. This allowed for the counselor to work one-on-one with their student, and at the same time allowed them to have privacy compared to other schools like Justin Garza, where there are cubicles set up in our wellness center.
So moving forward, CAD has shifted a little bit of its focus from doing a lot of fentanyl and harm reduction work, especially with drugs and Narcan. We're still building upon that. It's something that always needs to be built upon. But this year we try to focus a little bit more on mental health and specifically wellness centers in our school. So as Gershawn mentioned earlier, Justin Garza has a wellness center, but they are cubicles and they aren't even wall to ceiling. So what that means is that any conversation can be heard within these cubicles, right? So what we want to do moving forward, especially at Justin Garza and at Central East, is we want to expand our wellness centers. So we have the infrastructure there. We just want to be able to expand them, make them a more welcoming place, and make it easier to access, which is something that we have been working towards this year with our administration, and especially Central East. Central East now has a wellness center. But more than anything, what we are trying to do is we're trying to expand them, and we're trying to make them a more welcoming place, especially because what we have realized throughout the course of this year is that we have a lot of the resources that are necessary to make this possible. We just don't have student involvement, student engagement in these resources that we already have, and we just need to have them centralized in one place so that people are more likely to go and get help, or it's easier for them to get help, which at the moment, it's not as easy as it should be. So this is just a little bit of what we've done throughout the year. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask them. Any questions?
Trustee Chavez?
So I first want to commend you young people for being so brave. I think mental health is something that people don't understand. So I myself have a PTS disability and have survived abuse. So I can tell you, as a young person who struggled most of my life with that disability, having people be brave enough at your age to talk about all of these issues is so important. And I don't normally disclose that publicly, but I feel like as a trustee, it's so important for young people, especially our students, to understand there's nothing that you need to be ashamed about. And if you are struggling with your mental health, I'm so proud to know that there are students who are so dedicated to make these services available. And I want to make my commitment to you as a trustee that I really want to focus upon this. And this has been something that I'm a new trustee to the board. I'm one of those new faces that you hadn't met the previous time. So I've been listening and learning and trying to do my best to really focus upon being supportive of those efforts. So I see you, I see what you guys are doing, and I'm paying close attention. So I just want you to know that I really appreciate you coming and sharing all your success.
Thank you.
I think I probably speak for the board. We're appreciative. We're extremely impressed with all you do and really just being advocates for our entire community. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next, we continue on with our student recognition, with our first one being our County Science Fair Awards.
Good evening. So we take this moment tonight to celebrate Ashlyn Schnarnick. She is a talented and driven 6th grade student at Central Elementary School. Ashlyn designed and built a solar-powered irrigation system that earned her first place in the junior division for engineering at the Fresno County Science Fair. And the recognition doesn't end there. The professional engineers in California awarded Ashlyn $200 and a certificate of achievement. The U.S. Air Force awarded her a certificate for her project, and she earned a bid to the State Science Fair competition, as well as the Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenge in Ohio. What makes Ashlyn's project exceptional is not only the irrigation system itself, but that she improved her prior year design, demonstrating characteristics of the true engineer that she is and the career that she will pursue. It's also worth noting that Ashlyn, being the well-rounded student that she is, she did this while also playing competitive soccer, and she was also in the school musical. We are proud of Ashlyn. We are proud of all of her accomplishments and appreciative of everyone who supports her, many of which are here this evening. So I'd like to invite up Ashlyn. We also have Ashlyn's mom here tonight, so I think that mom should also come up. There we go. And then we also have her teachers, Sarah Emrich, Greg Japarian, our assistant director, and also her principal, Wendy Slack, is here. So I'd like to give her a round of applause and have her come up and shake her hand.
Congratulations again. We now invite up our Succeed Conference students to share a little review.
President Singh and District Administration, my name is Diljot Singh Rai.
Good evening, I'm Gurpratap Grewal, sophomore at Justin Garza.
And we were the planning phases behind Succeed itself. Before we begin our presentation, I want to go ahead and thank Jakara Movement once again and our district, as well as Dr. Lopez, Christina Rodriguez, and all of the committee students that were a part of actually making Succeed happen. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Succeed at Central Unified this year because it was, towards the end of the school year. But we look forward to opportunities next year. All right. So our main goal with Succeed was, it can be explained within 3 words: empowering, educational, and inspirational. We wanted to make sure that it was a spotlight for Punjabi descent professionals that can be showcased to our Punjabi student population.
So Succeed gathered 13 members of the Punjabi community together. These were professionals within the community and who had pursued careers of success, such as doctors, attorneys, nurses, educators, social workers, and artists. The main goal of uniting these people in the Punjabi community was to inspire the Punjabi youth and to show them sources of inspiration.
So within that itself, we actually held this at Fresno City, so it was in their auditorium, and we had a few classrooms, actually about 13 classrooms that were available to us. And after the panel members had about 3 minutes to talk about their background in their profession, we were able to break them out into small rooms, and students get to decide what breakout room they actually wanted to go to. And they were able to talk to all of the breakout members, which was the students themselves, and the panelists were able to actually answer questions that the students may have had. And again, I want to emphasize that this was lawyers, doctors, educators, and prominent community members that the student actually gained inspiration from. Looking at this from a student perspective, being one from Punjabi descent myself, I want to share my experience, and if Gurpratap could share his as well. We really appreciated this, and we did this last year as well with Jakarta Movement, and it was really nice and inspiring to actually see that, hey, there are people like me in professional fields. So it was wonderful, and Gurpratap, if you want to share something.
Of course. This was my second year at Succeed. The first was Central Unified. And just looking up to these people who were in these careers and asking them personal questions like the struggles they went through, what motivates them, how was their life like growing up, really made me see myself in them, and really made me look at them as what they did as achievable and accomplishable. And I'm grateful for Succeed and the Central Unified District for allowing this.
Yeah, so as you can see, it was very inspiring. And some of the notes that we had from students were they really appreciated the way that the panel was set up. They said it was a little long, but that's fine. We'll work for that. We'll work on that next year. And it was really nice. Students said that they would appreciate better lunch options. So that's something to look at next year. So we want to thank Central Unified once again, Dr. Lopez and Christina Rodriguez, as well as Jakarta Movement and Fresno City College for providing their space. So any questions from the board?
Trustee Creel.
How many students participated?
About 159.
And this was exclusive to Central Unified, or did we open it?
It was open to all districts in Fresno County.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirfan?
This is the first year of Succeed?
Second.
159 is still a great turnout. Congratulations on all the work you're doing, and looking forward to seeing how it'll grow next year.
Dr. Lopez?
I do have to say thank you to the Jakarta Movement. So they've been partners with us for quite a few months in the process of planning. And I know that we couldn't make it happen in Central this year, but Dojo has agreed to come back and help mentor the next group so we can make it happen next year.
Of course.
So we are excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is part of our student recognition. Although not quite agendized properly, but I wanted to make sure we, especially as I see them in the audience, this board has probably more than most others I've ever served on, has really centered student voice, student participation, and just a need to make sure that we're listening to students. Part of that has been the evolution to actually have a student trustee. What made this actually occur here in Central Unified as we get ready and we're going through the process, PIO Burroughs is starting an application for all of our different high school students, whether you're at an alternative student or whether you're at a comprehensive school, that there's going to be an opportunity for students to really participate in our board meetings and make sure that their voices, their concerns are heard. What made this sort of opportunity here at Central so unique was this actually didn't come from the board. This came directly from the students. It was the students that took the time to learn the law, talk to their peers, and actually create a survey that was signed by hundreds of students and across the different campuses to not only assure that we would do it, but actually do the law to make sure that that we had to respect their voice and make sure it's heard. This board just wanted to appreciate and to recognize and shake hands with three of the members that I know that were most active on their campuses, sharing the word with their students, collecting those signatures. So if I can invite MJ, Gurpratap, and Diljot. Can we give them a round of applause? Oh, don't hurt yourself. Can we get a round of applause for all of our amazing students? Now we move on to the adults, and we start with Interim Superintendent O'Brien sharing with us some employee recognition.
Thank you, President Singh. Good evening, members of the board. As you know, we have 16,000 students here in Central Unified School District, and we have one group of students who are very special to us, our students with special needs. And we have a team of highly specialised, highly dedicated and very compassionate educators with a wide range of skills who take care of our students with special needs every day. And recently, and most specifically at our last board meeting, you very kindly approved the position of Director of Special Education for us here in Central Unified. I want you to know that we looked very diligently for the very best leader that we could find to oversee this very important department in our district. As many of you know, special education has a lot of pieces and parts attached to it. And it takes a very special person to oversee that department and do it with competence, with compliance to all of our legal obligations, but also to inspire our team to be the very best they can be. And with that, we were able to find that special person. Her name is Dr. Laurie Henkel. Actually, she's almost Dr. Laurie Henkel. And with that, we've invited her this evening to come and meet you, address you, and share a little bit about herself.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Singh. Good evening, trustees, Dr. O'Brien, and the community and staff here of Central Unified. My name is Laurie Henkel, and it is my honor and pleasure to be with you this evening and to introduce myself as your new Director of Special Education and Support Services. They say that it's important to know your why, and my why is to improve the educational experiences for students, especially those that are on IEPs and require special education services. And each of these students has an individualized education plan that outlines the supports and services that they need to be successful in school. There is no cookie-cutter solution for these students, and this can be challenging at times, but it's worth it. The students of Central Unified are worth this time and effort. So I know the value that the dedicated site and special education and administration of the school site support staff and teachers bring to this work, and I'm excited to get to know and to collaborate with each of them. So as I begin this role, I will be focusing on closing equity gaps by ensuring the right services are provided. I'll be listening to the concerns of the people in the district and to be a solution-oriented thought partner when addressing these concerns. I also very much look forward to working with the families here in Central Unified. Your students are the reason that we are here, and they deserve to be educated in their least restrictive environments while preparing for their life after graduation. Our work together as IEP teams can support them in their journeys. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your time.
Next, we turn to our Employee Association highlights. I'll invite up Laura Bolton, our CUTA president.
All right. Sorry. Good evening. Thank you all. I'm working off of 2 different mediums here. So I've got my laptop and my ever famous, ever growing notebook. It's very thick at this time of year. Okay. So apologies. I was working on something else right as you called me. Okay. So I want to share a handful of the positives that were shared at our last board site rep meeting. We have site reps from all over the district that once a month, when I call them together, they share out various things that they are proud of and want to share with you. So it's not everyone, but it's a lot. So starting with the entire elementary district schools, we had 84 teachers from across the district who completed the letters training. This was a two-year program to help with early literacy for our youngest students. If teachers out there haven't submitted their units for this, go ahead and do that. And please recommend it to your colleagues, because there will be another cohort coming out for next year. River Bluff raised $5,445 in the Kids Heart Challenge, benefiting the American Heart Association. They originally set their goal for $2,000, then they doubled it, and they exceeded that. So they were very, very proud to share that. Teague Elementary had a very, very well-performing track team. The 4x100 boys 11 and 12-year-old relay team took first place in the Valley Championship from Bakersfield to Merced. They got a personal record time of 54:53, which was the fastest in the Valley. Congratulations to Ramari Jefferson, Kanae Tennyson, Alan Morris, Key Newsom on this great accomplishment. Ramari Jefferson from Teague also took 3rd place in the 100-meter dash and 2nd place in the 200-meter dash for the Valley Championships in his division. Steinbeck participated in the Science Olympiad, and 2 of their students, Ivan Yang and Luna Hernandez, received 4 medals, and 2 of those were 2nd place. Liddell has been in the Science Olympiad for quite some time now, has a very successful group of students, and they won 29 medals at the Science Olympiad. And then back to River Bluff, Corey Cooley took 1st place in the 100-meter dash in the 9 to 10-year-olds division, and that was also in the Valley Championships. Let's see, and then Roosevelt wanted to share that they have a really interesting reward system that's been helping out. The 3-hour Thinkery reward. Reward. So end of the day, the last 10 minutes of the day on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, students who have been working on their behavior and have been meeting their behavior goals get to spend 10 minutes at the end of the day in a Thinkery being rewarded. This might sound funny, but it's a really big deal for them. They got new toilets at Roosevelt. They're very happy. That's one of our oldest schools. Back to Steinbeck also, they are doing an interesting new PBIS reward. Quarterly, they are having clubs where the kids get to pick all these different clubs, and instead of going to maybe a reward event, they get to do reward enrichment activities. So there's learning and reward mixed in. And then middle school, at Rio Vista on April 12th, the Rio Vista math team, titled the Titans of Math, competed in the California State University Fresno Math Field Day competition. A team of Arshnor Brar, Theo Ekman, Sarah Fretwell, Haley Valoria, Timothy Pambukian, Bavia, and Coralia Reyes placed first in the small school division. They have not done this in quite some time. This is their first effort, so to take first place was really a great achievement. So please, if you know these students, congratulate them on a job well done. Garza, they are league championships for boys volleyball and swim and dive teams, and also badminton had 4 athletes as CMAC placers. And then finally, I think, one more. Central High School East
has roof repairs going on finally. No more leaky roofs the next time it rains. They're really excited about that too. And this is finally. So our district this year was awarded a project fellowship for the News Literacy Project Fellowship. So if you recall, this is a project that is allowing our students to learn about media and recognizing fact from fiction and how to use media safely and correctly and all of that. So they were awarded a one-year extension for this fellowship after completing year one, and so now they will be able to continue to complete this project all the way through June of 2027. The fellowship provides funding to curate, share, and teach media literacy lessons in grades K through 12. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we invite up Angie Aguirre, our CSEA president. Didn't see her. Nope. Okay. We hope all is well. Next, we turn to our Superintendent Board Communications. Superintendent O'Brien.
Good evening, members of the board. I'll try and keep my report relatively short this evening as we have a busy agenda, but I do want to start out by saying that one of my favorite things to do is to go out and visit our schools, and we recently created a schedule of school visits, and I'm extremely grateful to our board members who are accompanying me as we make our way through various schools between now and the end of the year. The schools we visited so far are Tilly Elementary with the principal Kristen Ginger, Howden Kearney. That was a great experience going out to Howden Kearney with Principal Courtney Gendron, who I recognized from 3rd grade. That was a great experience. Pershing High School and Pathway Continuation School under the principalship of Jill Young. I was at Herndon Barstow with Paul Marashian, Liddell Elementary with Erin Gunstream, Steinbeck Elementary with Esther Kircher, Central Elementary with Wendy Slack. We were out at McKinley with Principal Dr. Marilu Cano, El Capitano with Principal Patricia McCurley, and Central East High School with Principal Brad Edmonds. I mentioned the principals' names because they are synonymous with these schools. Leadership really matters. And it was a great opportunity for our board members to see our principals and our students and teachers in action. It was also a great opportunity for them to see how our facilities are being used to ensure maximum instruction. For example, we have amazing reading labs at all of our elementary schools with wonderful reading lab teachers. We were able to witness intervention counsellors showing us the areas where they help provide wraparound services for our students. We got to visit thinkeries where we got to see the kinds of activities that our staff are engaging in to help students reflect and to help them regulate their behaviours. We got to see CTE facilities. We were out at the athletic training room at Central East High School, and we had a great tour of the industrial engineering facility at Central East. And we're very much looking forward to doing the same at all the other schools that we're going to be visiting. The library facilities in our district are wonderful and beautiful places where children in our district are engaged in meaningful reading with qualified librarians. Really wonderful little havens on all of our campuses and really nurturing a culture of reading for our students. We got to see support staff providing wraparound services for students, especially, for example, at Pershing High School and Pathway Continuation School. Very special schools with students who really are benefiting from the compassion, the love, and the dedication and the hard work of a great team under Principal Jill Young. We got to see how our expanded learning opportunity dollars are being used to great advantage to enhance the facilities for our students. We saw the green space at Tilly and amazing facilities around our district. I know our pools being used for swimming lessons this summer. Our athletic fields and numerous other facilities are being used to provide extended learning opportunities for our students. But most of all, we witnessed intense, structured, engaging learning environments. And as members of the board, you are going to be considering renewing and approving some large grants contracts that we're bringing before you tonight. I will be speaking a little bit to those contracts so that you have a very good understanding of what they mean to us here in Central Unified. And we have invited some of our principals to speak about the benefits of those contracts and what they're doing for student performance and student academic achievement in Central Unified. And just to finish off, I want to mention that I was out on Friday, May 2nd at Central Elementary School with Principal Wendy Slack and our campus catering lead cook Sylvia Beltran to celebrate the amazing work that our campus catering folks are doing all around the district. And we all know that those thousands of meals that they prepare and serve every day are probably the most favorite part of our students' day. So let's make sure we always remember that. As you know, last month I shared the exciting news about Madison Elementary being named California's Distinguished School, which is a tremendous accomplishment. I'd like to formally invite all of our board members, and we'll make sure you have it in writing, to join us in celebrating this achievement on Thursday, May 22nd at 1 p.m. We'll send you an invite. This event is a special opportunity to recognize the dedication and hard work of the students of Madison, as well as our principal Jackie Oliver and area administrator Jeff Garrett and their staff. We have a fun afternoon planned, and I hope you'll join us as we honour all of the great things happening at Madison. Another thing, we have a Valedictorians Luncheon. It's a special event that I want to invite you all to. It's on Monday, May 19th, this upcoming Monday at 12:30 p.m. We'll be hosting the Central High School Valedictorians Luncheon, but not only will we be recognising Central High's outstanding valedictorians, but we'll also be celebrating a historic moment in our district. Our very first group of students graduating with their Associate of Arts degrees through the dual enrollment program. 11 students have reached this incredible milestone, and their hard work is a true reflection of the excellence here in Central Unified. So I hope you'll join us as we honour these remarkable students and their achievements. I just want to thank Trustees Kirk and Kirfan for accompanying us at McKinley Elementary School recently, where we celebrated with Tree Fresno in the San Joaquin Air Pollution District. Our students planted 8 trees, the first of almost 50 trees that are going to be planted throughout Central Unified School District. The expansion of green spaces and trees is a concerted effort on the part of the Air Pollution District to improve the air quality in designated areas of our city and county. So it was really great to see our students learning how to plant trees, digging holes in the ground, and really engaging in the process. So a really great event. A very important thing I want to mention is there has been a lot of hard work going on at our high schools in this district this year, and it's really important to acknowledge this. As you all know, the Western Association of Schools and Colleges is the body that is responsible for the accreditation of all of our high schools. And it's important that our schools are accredited because that means that our coursework is recognised at the university level. So, as you also know, members of the board, it's a very intense and involved process where a team of education leaders and specialists from WASC spend several days on our campuses engaging in focus group meetings with staff, parents, students and other community stakeholders. They really do take a deep dive into all our systems, our processes, our programs, our data reports, leaving no stone unturned in their evaluation of our schools as being worthy to maintain appropriate accreditation. It's a very, very in-depth process. So I just want to mention a couple of notes. CLASS, which is the Central Learning Adult and Alternative School site. Our Central Unified Adult School received their very first WASC accreditation under Principal Ed Robinson. So that was a proud moment for our team at CLASS, and we were very happy about that. Our Pershing Continuation High School under Principal Jill Young successfully completed their mid-cycle WASC review. And during my recent visit there, I was very impressed by the dedication of their staff as they engage our students in a wide variety of engaging programs and activities. Earlier this year, Central High School, under the leadership of Principal Dave Halterman, earned great feedback for their work at Central High, and they attained a full 6-year renewal of their accreditation status. Last week, another WASP team completed its visitation at Central East High School, and they were most complimentary of Principal Brad Edmonds, who's with us tonight, and his team on the fantastic education experiences and programs at his campus. And they are awaiting a final communication on the renewal status, but the feedback at the exit meeting was highly complimentary. And then finally, Justin Garza High School under Principal Rosa Rubio is currently hosting a WASP visitation team. I'm really looking forward to the exit meeting tomorrow. Christine Pennington, area admin, will be there to hear their comments and their observations at the campus. During the opening meeting, I was very impressed by the Garza team's preparation for a successful visit. So it's very impressive to see what's going on in our educational system, so that every student can pursue a rigorous education, whether it's through CTE, adult school, or our alternative opportunities. And then to close out my report, I think it's very important that members of the board have an understanding of what happened in our district during spring break, and it's also a precursor to what's going to happen during the summer. And it's very hard to explain it to you, so Assistant Superintendent Dr. Marlene Lopez and her team put together a short video, and I will let it, it's self-explanatory, so I'll let it speak for itself.
We had about 750 students from TK through 8th grade participating in about 25 camps here in Central Unified over spring break. For example, the digital engineering and journalism class was very exciting, where our students were finding out what it was like to work behind the scenes in developing a media story. And so they were engaged in fact-checking and interviewing parents. And it culminated in a field trip to Univision, where they actually were able to be part of a newscast that was aired last Friday night, which of course was very exciting for our students. I had the opportunity to talk to one of our students who had just texted her mom to tell her to look out for the news at 6 o'clock on Friday, because she was on Univision along with many of our students from the digital engineering and journalism program, and they were being interviewed about the story that they had put together.
Ramón Ayala, mi piquito de oro en la explosiva 107.5. Feliz viernes.
My hope for our students to take away from these programs is for them to have been inspired to continue to love learning. And I really do feel that students will only be inspired to love learning if they feel that the topic is relevant. Here in Central Unified, we have over 20 career technical education pathways. I think we've learned in education that rigor and relevance are very important. And so what we had here last week over spring break was a great combination of rigorous literacy standards taught within the context of relevant career exploration opportunities.
I think students are really benefiting from these camp experiences because they normally wouldn't have an opportunity to engage in these types of camps. And so the fact that we can give them that opportunity and that experience is really vital. They get to work with so many different community-based organizations and get to have fun while they're doing it. So we started with our winter session, and now we are in the middle of our spring session. We have kids in the classroom with teachers in the morning, and then in the afternoon they get to go to a really fun enrichment camp. So some of those camps are here on campus, some of the camps are off-site. So they're getting to go to places like Sierra Sport and Racket to learn how to play pickleball and tennis. They're getting to go to the Chaffee Zoo. They're getting to go to the Fresno Discovery Center, gymnastics classes. Some of our kids are going to a pottery studio. And so there's just really a wide variety of choices for our kids to engage in this spring session.
You know, as we grew up as kids,
When did you ever imagine you were going to use algebra in the real world, right? You really don't envision yourself using some of the skills that we're learning in the classrooms. They get to see how academics play a role in the real world by exploring different careers. So because of that, we wanted to ensure that our students not only experience some extremely amazing camps, but also they get to see how literacy lives within those career paths. So we want them to be able to explore different careers and have a vision of where they want to go in life and how academics and literacy and soft skills are so crucial and being able to pursue those careers. Our students are being exposed to different careers, but the most important part is being able to implement some of the academics that they learn throughout the year, literacy skills, but also soft skills that are much needed in the workforce. We have some of our students from Central East and Central West, Central High School now, that are able to engage themselves as paraprofessionals in teaching some of the content areas, and they are currently in the teaching pathway. So now they're getting to be able to see what it is to work as a potential teacher in a classroom, with the assistance of a credentialed teacher, of course. Our kids get to explore careers, but they also get to apply what they're learning in the classrooms.
For spring, we had a very large response, very quick response. Most of our classes were filled up within 15 or 20 minutes. And so that was challenging, but it was a good challenge to have. I hope that they go home with a fun experience, that they want to come back and engage next time that we have these. We're definitely planning something fun for summer. And I really hope that they get a little insight into some of these career paths and get an idea of maybe what they may want to do in the future.
Thank you for all the highlights and for the team that put together the video as well. Next, I'll turn to Trustee Kirfan, if we can provide some updates as our chairman for the Jurisdiction Agency Subcommittee meeting.
Thank you, President Singh. So as you said, on Friday I was elected chair of the Jurisdiction/Agency Subcommittee. The purpose of this subcommittee is to meet with other government agencies and elected officials that overlap with Central Unified and find shared solutions to the issues that exist in our community. On Friday, we were joined with the Code Enforcement Department from the County and City of Fresno, the City of Fresno Public Works Department, Supervisor Brian Pacheco's office, and Fresno PD and Fresno Sheriff's Department. We provided updates on the incremental and upcoming construction at Justin Garza of their sports complexes, the VAPA building, as well as Jaswant Singh Kalra. The North Star at this meeting was public safety. Code Enforcement discussed the success of their school area team, which provides proactive code enforcement throughout neighborhoods near schools. So reporting code violations like broken windows, inoperable vehicles, and blocked sidewalks. We also discussed the city's smoke shop ordinance, which will reduce the number of smoke shops in the city of Fresno from well over 100 to less than 50, which will have an impact in our community. As we know, vapes, Zins, flavored tobacco products have become a huge problem on campus, and this will lead to a reduction in that. Our law enforcement partners were also happy to share their success with the Pivot pilot, where SROs in the middle schools will visit the corresponding elementary schools and speak to sixth graders to prepare them for the transition to middle school and begin that relationship and fostering that, culture of, safety. Also under the umbrella of public safety, we discussed safe routes to school. An example of agencies coming together to find solutions is the traffic at Hernan Barstow. Traffic was first alleviated due to Veterans Boulevard opening, and usually there can be difficulty with the county and city working together on who's responsible for road improvements, but they've come together, and now we are going to have a hawk crossing at Hernan Barstow, which will make it a lot safer for students at Hernan Barstow crossing the road. And with Measure X being approved by the voters, we'll also be able to improve the parking situation and the flow of parking when it comes to pickup and drop off. McKinley and El Capitan neighbors can also look forward to the Safe Streets program being implemented on Blythe and McKinley. Thank you to the City of Fresno for approving that. When the City of Fresno improves their streets, they have to make everything ADA accessible, which means our students can finally look forward to sidewalks on McKinley Avenue. Currently, they don't have a sidewalk, it's just a dirt route. But the safe route we have to continue fighting for is at Jaswan St. Culver Elementary. We currently do not have a crosswalk near the front of the elementary school for the neighbors living northeast of the school, north of the shopping center. I am personally concerned about the potential for students walking, biking, or skating to school without a crosswalk. I understand we've asked the City of Fresno to build a crosswalk on Fountain Way so we can have that safe route to school on the path of least resistance. I urge the City of Fresno to be proactive in keeping our students safe and work with us on this because we do not need an unforced tragedy, and our families who live and commute on Brawley will happily trade an extra stop sign for student safety. And I think that's a good majority of what we covered during the meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Kerfan. Any other board communications at this time? Trustee Kerfan and then Trustee Chavez.
Thank you, President Singh. I also want to say I'm glad to hear that some of our students at Central Online were inspired to go to college by the beauty of UC Santa Cruz, class of 18, go banana slugs. I also want to share, as Superintendent Brandt said, that we got to be part of the tree planting at McKinley Elementary, where our little tigers planted 8 trees. So I'm glad we had to have that, providing that shade for our students and that outdoor learning opportunity. I want to thank Tree Fresno for donating the trees, and a special shout out on their team to their executive director, Mona Cummings, and fellow Central Unified alum, Temperance Talley, for making this opportunity happen. And I've been on a lot of the site tours with Superintendent O'Brien. Visited Tilley Elementary, Houghton Kearney, Pershing Pathway, Steinbeck Central, McKinley again, El Capitan, and Central East. Some of the takeaways I have as a trustee is that we have great rigor in our classrooms, particularly with those classrooms where teachers have completed the letters training. It's also apparent how overdue we were for our deferred maintenance. Just seeing a lot of our older sites, when there's peeling paint or sagging tiles, or pools that need to be replastered. It's very important that we take care of our facilities, that we take care of those investments, and not just for for swimming, for example. The pool is not just for our excellent Central East swimming team, but for the public access this summer. So that Central East pool is one of the only spots where there is public access to a pool west of the 99. So I think it's great that we allocated $2 million in deferred maintenance last year. It will pay dividends for our future, and we have to protect that funding. But then just finishing off from I could talk on and on about how great our schools are. From the reading lab at Tilley to the FFA program at Pershing, our intervention room at McKinley, or the CTE pathway at Central East, there's something to be proud of at all of our sites. And then finally, as we continue the search for our next superintendent, I've attended 3 of the community input meetings to hear directly from parents as to what qualities they are looking for. Of course, we also have over 1,400 responses from the public on our online survey, so thank you to the parents who have filled that out. If you're interested in participating in the community input meetings, we have 4 more in-person meetings this week, tomorrow, and Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chavez?
So thank you, President Singh. So one of the things that I had spoken about with President Singh was, and I wanted to make sure that I said it publicly, is I really want to make a concerted effort to look at our annual calendar as a board and really start considering how we can participate in some of these larger public events, specifically Pride coming up next month, Fresno Pride on June 7th. I know that we haven't had a formal presence in the past that's been specific with Central. There have been various groups that have participated. But I want to make it a point that we as a board really consider how we make ourselves more present to our community throughout the year at these various really critical events where we're supporting our students and we're communicating that we are a safe space, we are allies, and we're a part of these different cultural celebrations in our community. So I just want to make sure to put that out there publicly so we can agendize that in the future or have a future discussion.
Noted, and we'll have a conversation in terms of creating a board agenda and those events that we want to make sure that Central Unified is as a district at. Thank you. Trustee Sidhu?
Yeah, just real quick, I had the opportunity on April 29th to attend the town hall meeting with Council Member Perea, and she was discussing sidewalks, roads, repairs. So we were informed that, especially right here, Gettysburg and Hayes, there's going to be stoplights added mid-July, so that was informational. And I also got information on Polk. Polk's going to get expanded very soon, and I think they're in the last phase of securing the space to expand Polk. So I got those two little tidbits from Councilmember Perea, and I'd like to thank her for coming to Inspiration Park in this part of town and addressing our community members.
Thank you. And with that, we turn to comments from the public at this time.
First up, we have Joe Reyes. Is Joe Reyes still here? All right. In that case, next up is Laura Bolton.
All right, here I am again. I sent an email to all of the board members, two of them actually, a third with a slight correction to an image that I sent you. So I created some graphics to help you to understand two of the major things that we are trying to accomplish through bargaining for our students above and beyond salary increase. So the first one is for our newcomer students. So we currently have 427 newcomer students district-wide. We currently have one EL newcomer teacher and one EL instructional coach to serve all of the students in the entire district. The district has let me know that they have approved growth positions to double that so that we will have two EL newcomer teachers and two instructional coaches. But I dropped a graphic in there for you from the dashboard that shows the number of students that we have that are ELs and that are where their progress is at. We really need more support. We really don't think that one additional position for both of those will be enough. Approximately 25% of our district EL population are newcomers. 286 of them are at level 1 proficiency, language proficiency currently this year. And we have high numbers of Punjabi and Arabic speaking newcomers, which we have struggles with finding home language support and translation support for those really basic beginning students. They also have no newcomer support outside of their designated teachers in middle school and high school at all. There is no one to work with them. Our one EL newcomer teacher is working primarily with our elementary schools that do not have designated EL teachers. Then the other one I sent you was about the 333 504 students that we have district-wide currently, and why social workers would be helpful because they can connect home, school, and community resources. We have 74 as of last month that were overdue for their meetings. 62 of those were at secondary sites. And I dropped some pictures also from our dashboard about the chronic absenteeism and graduation rates. And these students are specifically receiving these support services because of things like that. The 504s help them to access and go beyond barriers so that they can achieve and that they can be present placement and that they can graduate. There is a very high number of African American, Asian, English learners, foster youth, etc., socioeconomic disadvantage. These are the groups that we look at when we are counting our unduplicated pupils. And we receive supplemental and concentration grant money specifically for supporting these kids. We believe that social workers are an important part that needs to be added to our district support.
Thank you, Mrs. Bolton. One more time for Joe Reyes. Going once.
I was able to meet with the parent, and he's okay.
And then, Board President, we have one caller on the line, Michelle Cooper.
Please patch him through.
Give me 1 second. Good evening, Ms. Cooper. You have 3 minutes to address the board. Please make sure to turn down the volume on your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear. Again, you have 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Okay, good evening, board members and Superintendent O'Brien. My name is Michelle Cooper and I work at Roosevelt in their SDC preschool. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here to ask that we take a closer, more serious look at our SDC preschool program, specifically the current caseloads and working conditions our team is facing. As educators, we all understand the importance of early intervention. The earlier we can begin working with our students on behavior, communication, and basic skills like potty training, the better outcomes we'll see, not only for these children, but for our entire district as they continue through the grades. But right now, we are stretched too thin to provide the kind of support our students truly need. In our current structure, we only have our preschoolers for 2 hours a day. In that short time, we are expected to address communication skills, toilet training, behavior interventions, and yes, still find time to work on early academics. And we're doing this with 12 to 13 students in each session. It's a lot of needs packed into a very short window of time. Beyond the classroom, the weight of the caseloads is growing. Many of us have over 20 students on our caseloads while also participating in initial IEP meetings for incoming 3-year-olds. This isn't just overwhelming for us teachers, it's also taxing for our school psychologists, speech language pathologists, and nurses too. Each of us is juggling multiple roles, and we are doing our best, but the system as it stands simply isn't sustainable. Our preschoolers deserve more than a triage-style education. They deserve a program that gives them and the staff who serve them the time, resources, and staffing levels needed to make a real impact. We are planting the seeds for lifelong learning and development, so let's give those seeds a chance to grow. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support a thorough review of the SDC preschool program with attention to staffing, caseloads, and session length. Our students and our staff are counting on it. Thank you.
And then, Board President, there's no more callers at this time.
Yeah, no others here.
Thank you. And with that, we'll turn to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion on such items?
President Singh, I would like to pull item number 3 for discussion.
Okay, so we will vote on item L3 separately.
I move to approve the consent agenda, including items 1 through 2 and 4 through 10.
So we have a motion by Trustee Carrillo to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item L3.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Carrillo, second by Trustee Sellers. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. We move on to item L3, adopt resolution 2425-52, affirm the district's commitment to foster a healthy school environment.
Thank you, President Singh. The reason I pulled this is because I wanted to just kind of discuss, I've noticed on, I think, section 4, it talked about limiting, I think, not snack type rewards to once a month per classroom. And I was just wondering, as I've been touring the sites, and we've been hearing from principals for the past 2 years about the different ways that they find to encourage students to attend school and to do well on SBAC and other testing. My worry is that this may be kind of takes away one of the tools that teachers and principals have on encouraging success for our students. And my opinion is I feel like I can trust our teachers and our administrators to have that restriction if they have the best judgment on if that can be limited to 1 month or less or more. I think they know the sites better. And this resolution also adds a wellness committee of the public as another layer of oversight. I just feel like we can do without that additional restriction.
Superintendent Davis, sorry, O'Brien, if you wish to address any of these.
I'll just start the discussion. I do know that as we've been out at the school sites, I do know that especially right now while our students are engaged in state testing, one of the things we are concerned about is that we don't want their tummies talking to them while they're taking their tests. So the school sites have been making sure that our students are well fed and having snacks and things like that. I do know that this is greater than that. I don't know if Dr. Lopez wants to comment further on the wellness tracks, or we'll have Ms. Director English talk a little more about it.
I think my point was on section 4 about parties and celebrations.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that the section, I'm understanding Trustee Kerfan as mentioning what it actually states is limit celebrations involving non-compliant food items such as birthdays, holidays, or rewards to once per month per classroom. That's what you're asking
Yes,
about?
yes, that's
Okay.
my concern.
That's a good conversation.
Okay, so is this on? Okay, so typically, school districts do have a limit or a cap. So because school's about education, and sometimes there's some schools or some classrooms that'll have like 5 birthdays in a month, and that can get very distracting. And that's why we try to limit it just to 1, so you can celebrate everybody at one time.
Right. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. However, when it comes to rewards, I don't want, if a administrator is using a ice cream social for valedictorians or for perfect attendance, or our students crushed the SBAC this year, I don't want to take away a tool from a teacher or administrator that they may be using. I trust them and their site teams to understand if if we've gone too far, or if we need this extra motivation for kids.
Absolutely, that wouldn't be the same thing.
Right, but it mentions limiting to 1 month per rewards. So my understanding with this resolution is that if little Susie has a birthday in March, that means we can't also reward the classroom for anything else with a non-compliant snack.
Good evening. I'd like to just provide some more clarification, and really the emphasis is on the non-compliant foods. And as part of the USDA rule, we are, and if you remember our presentation from last board meeting, we are really trying to streamline that compliance process where we can, with true fidelity, realize that we're not serving foods that are laden with sugar or high in fats that go against what we are mandated to do. So we wanted to provide the opportunity for that 1 time a month so that people can be appreciated, and we know that many families do want to celebrate their children or find ways to do that, and that is why that is in there.
Thank you. And I agree, I don't want to take away things from them. I just, if for whatever reason, principal or teacher at a site come together and say, yes, we think that our students have earned 2 rewards because it's June, I don't have a problem with them. I trust them to make that decision in the best interest of students.
Yeah, basically it's limiting parties. in the classroom, but when there's a reward for the students, we're not going. We have no problem with that. That's not the language that we're looking for.
Okay.
And I would like to also highlight that Alyssa's team provides opportunities, in fact, to celebrate students. They're done tacos and other. I'm not sure what the other
taco bars. We're doing taco bar for a supper program. Anything they want, we try to provide.
Right.
And they can order online, and if they want above and beyond, we always do that.
Pizza parties,
Pizza
I believe.
parties, yeah.
So if in the interest of, keeping those rewards on the table, if I motion to approve this just with the omission of the word rewards in that section. Yeah, change it to.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
So I'd just like to make a comment about
So
it.
we have a motion on the floor.
Okay, sorry.
If there is no second, then it dies.
Or if there's a second, we can continue discussion.
Or a new motion could be presented. I move to approve L3 as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Carrillo for L3 as presented, and that has been seconded by Trustee Sidhu.
And so now if you wish to take further discussion on the item, now would be an appropriate time.
Dr. O'Brien, did you wish to share?
Well, I just wanted to share that having been an elementary principal for quite a few years, I understand it can get very overwhelming in the classroom with a lot of sugary foods. And I know that a lot of parents will welcome us, taking some measures to try and either limit those sugary experiences or substitute them with more healthy options. And I think that seems to be the intention of this. So I also know that rewards are very important. So I think that it's a good combination of both, and it's a good faith effort on our part to try and be able to provide some guarantees to our parents that their kids aren't getting provided all these sugary options on top of their healthy lunches.
Trustee Chavez?
I kind of want to add to this. So I admire what you're trying to do here, because I found it challenging when I worked within public education, where especially because I worked with some of the more students that were considered resistant. I don't like that word, but that's really what we would call them in public education. So there would be this idea that I won't do something unless I'm rewarded. And so when we start to cultivate that type of culture, it's not necessarily a healthy message that we're communicating. I'm all about celebrating people, but I think there's a lot of ways that we can do it that doesn't involve, like you say, sugar-laden snacks. So I really admire your efforts.
Trustee Carrillo?
And while I admire you pointing that out, Trustee Kerfan, the reason that I'm made a motion and support this resolution is for the reasons that have been stated. It's important that we start to change the culture around that, and I would think, if not all of our principals, some of them may appreciate having a policy and telling that parent, I'm sorry, we can only celebrate once a month, all of the birthdays with the sugary items, or to be more creative about bringing in compliant food. And I think it's also more intentional as there are more kids with food restrictions and severe allergies. This provides an opportunity to be more intentional about what we're bringing into our classrooms, and provides our principals and our teachers the opportunity to put it back on us. So I like the idea as well that we're not creating this environment where if you're constantly doing the right thing, you're going to get a reward. And so if you don't, then students will just respond to the behaviors and environments that we're creating for them. So thank you for your hard work in really developing this. And I think what there's an opportunity to do is that perhaps this resolution is approved every year. Do we have it come back?
No, this is actually, if there are addendums, we can, but it's really just there. If I can point out, too, that with the work of the Wellness Committee, as you know, that it is made up of many teachers, classified staff, nurses. We even had parents come. And this was something that they've put a lot of work and thought into, especially when looking at applying for status, like healthy school status, they cannot apply under this particular category if we're still following some of our current practices.
Got it. Thank you very much.
So I have a motion by Trustee Carrillo for L3 as is, a second by Trustee Sidhu. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Those abstaining, motion carries 6-1. Thank you. We now turn to our action items. Our first action items are our student discipline cases. Do I have a motion on such item?
I move to reject the recommendation for case number 2425-016.
Is the desire to vote on them separately or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we will first we'll take these individually. We have a recommendation from the district. So I will first take motions with regards to.
So I did make a motion. Yeah. I didn't hear anyone respond, so I'm assuming there is no second to that motion.
I will second.
And as a reminder, I am moving to reject the recommendation for case number 2425-016.
President Singh, point of question or query. We're not allowed to discuss any personal information on these cases. Are we allowed to make any non-personal information statements on these? Any non-identifying information?
We have Director Young here. I would be very, very careful just because we are talking about like minors.
Mm-hmm.
If there are any questions, those do have to be discussed in closed session.
I see. No, no questions here. I just, I think that the district is making the right decision in these cases, in the interest of public safety for the district.
And I think we should reserve that kind of language. You'll have an opportunity to vote on it in any which way. So at this point, we have we will be splitting the two cases. We have a motion by Trustee Carrillo to reject the recommendation for case number 2425-016 and seconded by Trustee Kirk. Those in favor of the denial of or rejection of the recommendation, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
And those abstaining?
Abstaining.
Okay. So I had 3 nays, 3 supports, and 1 abstention.
Point of clarification. I believe Trustee Sidhu, what was your vote?
Yes, and I, yeah.
To deny, okay.
Okay, so it was.
Okay. So then motion passes.
No, we do not. In order for motion to carry, you need a majority of your sitting board. So that means we need 4 votes for yes in order.
Yeah, we have 4 votes for yes.
Who were the 4 votes?
I supported. Trustee
Oh, you
Carrillo
did. Okay.
supported, Trustee
Okay.
Sidhu
I
and
misheard.
Trustee
Got
Kirk.
it.
So it passes to reject the recommendation at 4-1.
I'll make a motion to approve case 2425-017.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Kerfan, a second by Trustee Sellers. Those in favor of supporting the recommendation, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Next, we turn to item number 2, accept gifts to district. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
Good evening. We have 2 gifts tonight. Central Elementary School received a donation of $1,000 from Central Youth Calripken League for the purchase of Athlete Award. The second one is Central High School received a donation of $16.87 from Ohio Pilot Prince for Associate Student Body. Administration is recommending the board accept gifts to the district.
Motion to approve.
A motion by Trustee Kerfan.
Second.
Second by Trustee Carrillo. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 6-0 with Trustee Sellers absent. Next, we move on to item number 3, approve out-of-state travel. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Boatwright.
Thank you. El Capitan Middle School teacher John Lamb will be traveling this summer to Nevada to attend a conference put on by the Association of Woodworking and Furnishing Suppliers in collaboration with the College of Woodworking Knowledge. Administration is recommending that the board approve this travel request.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Trustee Kirk.
Second.
Second by Trustee Sidhu. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 5-0 with Trustees Sellers and Kerfon absent. We move on to item number 4, approve annual declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2025-2026 school year. Interim Superintendent O'Brien.
Annually, we are required to estimate how many teachers we will be needing who may not be fully qualified. Typically, these are positions that can sometimes be hard to fill, and we annually make this declaration at this time of the year. We'll circle back after our vacancies have been filled, and we'll amend once we have a more definitive number. And this year's number is similar to last year's.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Do I have a motion on said item?
I'll motion to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Kirk.
Second.
Second by Trustee Chavez. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 5-0 with Trustees Sellers and Kerfon missing. We move on to item number 5, approve authorized signature and mailing permit. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
The fiscal department would like to add 2 additional staff members to finalize and sign purchase order. Administration is recommending the board approve the authorized signature permit.
Questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Chavez. Second by Trustee Kirk. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 5-0. With Trustees Sellers and Kerfon missing. We move on to item number 6, accept donation agreement for Edison Social Club property at 3325 West Clinton Avenue in Fresno near Clinton and Valentine Avenues. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board President and Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent Dr. O'Brien. At this time, before I give my presentation, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Jim Henry. He is the one of the Board of Trustees with the Edison Social Club.
Thank you. All distinguished people here. I'm here to offer, which I've already done, our facility building in 4.82 acres on the corner to the school district, and there's going to be roughly $1 million donation for that. Give or take maybe $50,000. We've got a couple of insurance cases that are pending. We get it, you're going to be over $1 million. Has anybody got any questions about the property? Okay.
All right, so I'll give you a little background. So in late November of 2024, Mr. Henry approached our district to ask if we were interested in being a potential candidate to receive the Edison Social Club property located at 3325 West Clinton Avenue in the form of a donation. The club property resides in our district boundary, which allows for an opportunity to use the building to enhance our services to our community and students. Honfontilli Elementary School is adjacent to the club's property. On March the 6th, 2025, at the Edison Social Club's board meeting, the trustees voted to donate the property to our district. Administration recommends to accept the donation agreement, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Kerfon?
No questions, but Mr. Henry, I just want to personally thank you for making this donation and give you my confidence that Central Unified will be able to take care of this facility to the best of our abilities and use it to serve the community. So thank you.
Trustee Carrillo?
Thank you very much for the donation. I did review the contract. Was Atkinson Andelson the district's legal counsel that received a copy, or was that a representative for the social club?
No, he's our representative. He's our legal
For
counsel.
ours, okay.
Mhm.
And then there is a period of inspection for the property once it enters escrow. Are we going to be conducting any testing? And then I know that there is a provision that's as is, so anything that we discover, we're going to be responsible for, correct?
You're correct, and
Okay.
Mr. Henry has allowed us to actually go in there, not once, but twice, to go in and inspect the building.
Okay.
And the building.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question. Just a fun question. Were you Central alumni? What motivated you to donate this to Central?
This was in our minutes, our bylaws at the beginning.
Mhm.
They said if the club disbands, whatever, we've got to donate this to a nonprofit school church.
Okay.
And you're the school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirk? Oh,
Oh, I was going to motion, but I'll motion to approve.
we have a motion.
Accept the donation.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Kirk and a second by Trustee Kerfan. Before we take a vote, I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Henry, if you could just share a little bit of the history. I know it's the Edison Social Club is celebrated it's been over there for over 100 years. Could you just share a little bit about the history of the club and even the facility?
Okay, real simple. We're 104 years old this coming June. They started with 3 different clubs over on the west side of Fresno. They had to move twice, and the third time, because the freeway came through, they came out to Clinton and bought this property, 4.82 acres. I don't know where to get all that is, but that's what they say. And we've been there since 56, I believe it is. One thing I like to tell people is once they started, the dues were $2 a month. They raised it to $3 with the provision the company doctor gives all free care to the members and their families. You'll never hear that again. Any other questions or comments?
Appreciate you sharing with us that history and a memory of what healthcare could have looked like. But we have a motion by Trustee Kirk, a second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carried unanimously 7-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Henry, to you and the club. We move on to item number 7, to approve authorization to file notice of completion for Central High School Ag Barn and Site Improvements Project. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you again, Board President and Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent O'Brien. For your approval tonight is the board authorization to file a notice of completion for the Ag Barn and the Site Improvement Project. A notice of completion is a document that establishes the official date that the construction project is complete. The project is important for all parties involved that were involved in the project. This is sort of a standard industry practice and for our sake, public record. As you recall, this was an ESSER project. So staff has reviewed and recommends approval of this item. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Sellers?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion by Trustee Cyrus, second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to item number 8, adopt resolution 2425-54, designating specific materials, products, things, or services on a construction project for the Visual and Performing Arts Project at Justin Garza High School pursuant to Public Contract Code Section 3400. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you again, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent O'Brien. Tonight is an approval for an adoption of Resolution 2425-54, specifying material and products that would be site-specific electrical equipment for the Visual and Performing Arts building at Justin Garza. These standards are to assure conformity and integrity of the existing electrical system at Justin Garza and benefits the district in that regard. District staff recommends that the board adopt the resolution so that we may incorporate into the addenda prior to bid opening. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Creel?
How are we going to ensure that the contractors actually use the materials that we are approving today?
So it will first go into the bid package. So it'll specifically say that specific product will be the only item authorized for this project. Then when the submittal process after award comes through, then we'll be able to see what is being provided.
So is there going to be any additional procedures? I mean, I'm thinking specifically because what's going to keep me other than a violation of a contract? If I just decide, yes, I'm going to submit my proposal, it's going to include the materials you're requiring, but then I make adjustments, are we going to have anything procedurally during the project to make sure that they are actually ordering the designated specific materials?
Yes, during the submittal process, because that goes through the architect, goes through the construction manager, the architect, and then the district. So
Okay.
if that product's not specified, it's rejected.
Okay.
No other questions? I have a motion on said item.
So moved. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Creel, second by Trustee Sellers. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to item number 9, approve Community Information Exchange, CIE. Supervisor Smith.
Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Dr. O'Brien. I am bringing for action tonight the Youth Suicide Prevention Pilot in partnership with Manifest Medics Health Information Exchange and the Fresno County Department of Behavioral Health. We have been invited to be a part of this Youth Suicide Prevention Pilot along with Sanger Unified and the Fresno County Department of Health and select Fresno County healthcare providers. This pilot opportunity will allow us to receive an alert when a student is treated at a healthcare facility for self-harming behaviors outside of school hours. This alert will then help us mobilize school support as quickly as possible. Alerts are scheduled to begin next school year, approximately September 1st, and details regarding this information exchange will be included in annual notifications to families at the start of the year. Additionally, steps will be taken to ensure student privacy, such as the emails only containing student name and date of birth, and the staff receiving alerts being required to attend annual HIPAA training. Administration recommends approval of this item, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Trustee Creel.
Are we going to be revising any administrative procedures or regulations to ensure that we're identifying who's going to be receiving these notices and then what their responsibilities are with respect to the notices that they receive? You mentioned the notice is going to be provided after hours, so they need to be able to mobilize after hours, or the expectation is next day?
The expectation is next day. So we will be receiving alerts that may happen after hours. So for example, if a student is seen at a facility on the weekend and we have no knowledge, we will be receiving that alert, and then when we reconvene in that school day and are there to support that student, that's where we will be able to make that connection and follow up.
If I can add, we also have a standard operating procedure. So this would fall right in place. As soon as we hear about it, we have the team that responds.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add, without this, it's very possible that one of our students could have could be treated at a facility over the weekend and turn up at our school during the week, and us have no knowledge and not be in a position to provide those services. So it's really great for the district to be able to address those issues and for parents to know that, you know, we'll be able to do that.
Trustee Chavez?
So I'm really fascinated. I really do appreciate pilots because I understand that we're testing and, you know, we're trying something new. So I don't expect you to have all the answers at the moment. I think that one of the things that, you know, I read over and over just to kind of understand, I guess my question is more on the pragmatic side of things. So if these alerts are coming after hours, and my assumption is just based off of my experience as a mental health professional, if somebody did engage in suicidal behavior or have an attempt of some sort, and the school wasn't made aware of it, you know, for whatever reason, not because of any shortcoming of the campus, it's because it happened after hours. I guess I'm just wondering how, and I'm assuming we'll figure this out as the pilot goes on. When the alerts come, when you're supporting the student, I guess my question is around, I'm assuming there's going to be a delicate kind of dance you're going to have to do because that student didn't knowingly give that information over. And so my question to you is just kind of how our staff is going to handle that, because I can kind of foresee that students are not going to take kindly to having those notifications necessarily communicated to us. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering from a pragmatic standpoint, like how are we planning to roll that out within our campus? If you have those answers yet, I don't know.
Well, and that is part of the conversation that we've been having because we had the same concerns and questions. And so part of the plan to address that is one with the annual notifications, so making sure that we're communicating with families, that this is part of a communication plan that will be in place. And with those notifications then, because we can offer support, but we can't require that support through the schools, right? So it's making sure that we are sharing that, hey, based on this pilot that we are in, this is information that is shared, this is something that we learned about, we are here to offer support, we want to make sure that you're okay, whatever you feel that you would need in this moment. And that they can still decline those services. They may be getting services and support elsewhere. It might just be, we are here, we are willing, we are able, if you need anything, and that's okay.
So are we going to just make a blanket notification for all parents to know that we're participating in this pilot? So
that's the plan, and it would go with the packet of other information that is shared with families at the start of the school year as well.
Okay. Okay, so as long as they understand that
yes,
we are a district doing this, so
yes.
Yeah.
And wanting to make sure, so I help support our intervention counselors who will also probably be part of this discussion and making sure that they know about this as well and knowing in the annual notifications to make sure anyone that's connecting with family can help remind them of that. Because if it's like me, I'm not going to remember everything I read in August, but making sure that we're being consistent and transparent with that.
And I think my only other thing is just for food for thought as we roll this out, because I really am interested to see where this goes. Just the stigma that a student can really experience or suffer because of the fact that if they've gotten to a place where there was a suicidal gesture, attempt, they've actually gotten to that place. I don't ever want to think of a student being labeled or have anything that kind of stays with them, even though we're being notified. That's such a deeply private. So when we're talking about the training of our staff and who's going to have those notifications, what kind of level of qualifications are we still kind of discussing that internally of who's going to be able to accept those notifications? Do we know, or have you got there yet?
They take this very seriously, and it's actually going to funnel through just a few people at the district and being very guarded and protected as far as who that goes to. And any individuals at the site it goes to are the support staff that already have these regular conversations with students and are well trained.
Okay, well, thank you.
Trustee Kirfan?
Thank you, President Singh. Unfortunately, Central Unified is no stranger to suicide. I know when I was a student, we had kids in school that committed suicide and passed away, and I know plenty of people who have suicidal ideation or have attempted it, and so it is it's good that we're having a pilot. I just want to also be careful, like Trustee Chavez said, that we're not stigmatizing and that we're creating support and not labels on kids, because unfortunately so many young people are going through increased levels of anxiety and depression. It may be might see a large caseload, I fear, if we're being too out there with this program. So with that, I would like to motion to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Kerfan.
Second.
Second by Trustee Sellers. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Move on to item number 10, approve expansion of Emeritus staffing contract. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, Board President Singh, Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent Dr. O'Brien. As you may recall, I brought Emergis Maxim Healthcare contracts to you in the past. We are looking for an expansion of that contract because we need to close off the year and ensure that those supports are provided for our students with individualized plans. And this contract helps provide the staffing, as well as covers for absences with paraprofessional needs. Administration is recommending that this item be placed on the May 27th board agenda for action. Or did we place it in the action one? Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Thank you. Administration is proposing that we approve the $175,000 to be added so we can cover those paraprofessional needs until the end of the year.
Trustee Sellers.
Thank you. Do you know how much we've spent with this contract so far this year?
Yes, we had $600,000 that have been expended, and we need $175,000 to cover the year.
So we'll round out the year with $775,000.
Yes.
Okay. Are we evaluating or reevaluating this going into next year? Is there more appropriate ways for us to manage our needs?
So staffing is a great need that we are evaluating across our system, including with substitutes for teachers. So paraprofessional absences, when we don't have a good para pool, we have to call on Emergis to help us cover those needs. We are below last year. I just want you to know we had 2 contracts last year, which was ACES and Emergis. So far we are lower than what we spent last year.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Creo, second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Move on to item number 11, approve Central East High School Athletics uniform and equipment quote. Director Hightower.
Thank you, Board President. The district has completed an equipment assessment for Central East High School sports program after their recent mascot change. Based on the assessment, administration attached a quote for purchase for uniforms. Central East will receive new uniforms for fall, winter, and spring sports programs. The uniforms will be purchased through the BSN Sports using the Omni purchasing contract. The cost of the uniforms is $328,732.09. Administration is recommending approval of this item so Central East can have updated uniforms with their new mascot change. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Trustee Kirk.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. I had a question from some alumni and some parents from Central East's past accomplishments in sports. Is there any discussion or consideration of what to do with the banners that have the previous logo and mascot on them?
Yeah, the plan is to duplicate that for Central High School. So both school sites will honor the championships that they had at both sites.
Thank you.
And then can we auction those? Are they interested in buying them?
Possibly.
I mean, if my name was on there, I would be interested, or the year I was in school. Just a thought. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion by trustee Creo, second by trustee Kirk. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. I love the little tiger stripes on some of them. We moved on to item number 12, approved purchase of 4 gas box trucks and 4 Ford electric lightning trucks from Enterprise for Child Nutrition. Director Engel.
Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. O'Brien. We're bringing forward a purchase of 4 gas box trucks and 4 electric lightning trucks. Just to give you a little bit of background, we have not added to our fleet since 2017, and as the district grows, we are in need of these trucks to deliver groceries. So administration is recommending approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Where will be charging the trucks? Like, do we have a specific spot to charge the lightning trucks?
I brought back up.
Good evening, board members. So we'll be installing chargers at locations in conjunction with food service.
Are the chargers also included in the invoice, or is that going to be separate?
No, that'll be separate. We'll have to purchase those.
And do we have a ballpark estimate of how much that can be?
We've purchased, we have to purchase, I believe, 2 or 3 of them due to the electric buses that we received on a previous grant. We haven't got our electric infrastructure grant completely done. I want to say it was $850, but don't quote me on. I'll have to get back to you. But it was roughly, I'd say, under $1,500.
Okay.
Trustee Sellers?
Is there any specific reason we're going with electric instead of traditional internal combustion engine? Yes. So California passed a regulation that we have to start phasing out our gas and diesel engines. The district there was a choice to go to 2 pathways. We went to a pathway where every year the number of vehicles we purchase over a certain gross vehicle weight, we have to do 50% in electric. So working with food service and Director Engel, we were able to make sure that these Ford Lightnings would work for them in that aspect, and then also meet the requirements.
Trustee Kirk?
Thank you. I am excited to see that we are making our small part to decrease the pollution here in our precious valley by looking to move to electric vehicles where we can. So I am glad to hear that we are making that move to help decrease our footprint where we can. So thank you.
Trustee Creo?
And you said we were expanding our fleet. So this isn't a bioelectric crush diesel gas, right? So how many current vehicles do we have?
We currently have 4 transit vans, 8 trucks, and 2 of them we will be surplusing because they have over 100,000 miles and they need a lot of work. And so then we're adding the 4. And the 4 box trucks, which are gas, and then the lightning trucks will be used for the 3 supervisors that go from site to site.
And so are we, and by we I mean you all, developing a plan to be more forward-thinking and better budget these expenses so that we're not waiting until the last minute? Because I'm sure you've been struggling for now some time, and as we continue to expand and our district only continues to grow, if you're not talking about that, I think it would be in our best interest as a board to start having those conversations.
Yes, we've gotten by with what we have, and we're utilizing KIT funds, which are funds that were basically like grant funds through from COVID, and so we've been purchasing things that we need this whole time, and now we have to have this. We have to have it spent or encumbered by June 30th.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Creo.
Second.
Second by Trustee Kerfon. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Move on to item number 13, approved purchase of 4 vending machines. Director Engel.
All right. Thank you again, President Singh, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. O'Brien. We're asking for approval of the purchase of 4 vending machines. 2 will be going to East Campus and 2 will be going to Justin Garza, and they provide reimbursable breakfast and lunch for those students who don't want to come into the cafeteria. And so they'll be placed outside to where the ones that don't want to come in, and they can still purchase. And no cash. They use their PIN code to get the meal. We already have one at class. That was our trial.
Trustee Griffon?
Can you give us an example of some of the meals that would be in a vending machine?
In the vending machine for breakfast, we do cereal, and you have to have the fruit and or juice and milk with it, so it's completely reimbursable. Anything that you can serve cold, because there's no place to reheat it. Lunch, we would do sandwiches. We have Lunchables, wraps, salads that we make. And so there's a variety of different things. We try to get creative because it's things that aren't heated, but it seems to be going well.
Oh, interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Creel?
How many food items will it support? So what's the capacity?
It'll support, I think, like 48 breakfasts and then about 48 lunches.
And so I'm assuming you have or you will be developing a plan to ensure that we are restocking and
Yes.
we don't get complaints that there's not enough
Correct.
food in there.
Yes. No, there'll be a system in place for restocking. They'll be dated, and first in, first out, they'll be rotated.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
And then I know I asked this question, and I don't think we had collected any feedback. Do we plan to collect feedback from our students as far as the effectiveness or the quality of the products when we're putting them in there?
We can collect information. As far as the one that we have at class, it's been all positive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then for Central High School, is there vending machines are there already? Are we planning on getting some?
There aren't vending machines there yet. We could still purchase them. I'd have to go out there and look, but their numbers enrollment wise aren't as high as Garza and East.
I think we're going to be changing that this upcoming school year. Correct.
They'll still be lower, but
Okay.
they are going to be
Okay.
increasing.
Yeah, they're still significantly lower.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But we definitely will put one out there if we need it.
With that, do I have a motion on the item?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Griffon.
Second.
Second by Trustee Sellers. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Move on to the last item, approved truck repairs for child nutrition. Director Engel.
Again, thank you, President Singh, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. O'Brien. This item is to improve the trucks that we have. It's to put new lift gates on them, new E-tracks, and repair floors, roll-up doors, anything that needs to be done. It's to repair and make it as new as possible. And these are all trucks with less than like 30,000 miles. And so administration is recommending approval of this item. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, and cameras, sorry. Backup cameras.
Trustee Creel.
So this is part of the State Green Kitchen Infrastructure and Training Funds that you mentioned needed to be encumbered. How much money are we going to have left, or is this going to cover?
We're going to be cutting it pretty close to what we have left.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion on the item?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Sellers.
Second.
Second by Trustee Griffon. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you,
Thank
Director
you.
Engel. We move on this evening to our information items. Our first one being to receive information regarding Resolution 2425-55, authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds.
Okay.
From Superintendent Iqbal.
All right, this is a resolution to authorize the selling of bonds, and the proceed will be funding authorized projects. I also have Mr. Mark Farrell, from Dale and Scott. He's our fiscal advisor, to share some timelines.
There we go. As you may remember, the process to issue these bonds actually started back in January when the board approved the application for a waiver from the debt limit. The State Board of Education just approved that waiver on May 7th. So we're kind of ready now to bring this resolution to the board. The resolution will authorize the issuance of $37 million of Measure X bonds. The remaining balance is currently planned to be issued in 2 different series in 28 and 2031, roughly equal dollar amounts. Really from here, the next steps, with the board's direction, we'll bring the resolution back for action on May 27th. We need to do a quick update with Moody's, the rating agency that provides the district's rating. Looking tentatively to price the bonds, sell the bonds, lock in the interest rates on June 4th, and then the district would have the funds on June 18th. In the current market, we're looking at an average interest rate of about 4.5%. The bonds will be repaid over a period of 25 years. And back when we put together the bond measure for the election, the interest rate assumption was 4.75%. So we're a little bit under what we were estimating back in really about this time last year. So happy to answer any questions.
Seems not this time. Thank you, Mark. We'll have this return under action at our next meeting. We move on to item number 2, receive information on Solution Tree on-site support. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Boatwright.
Thank you.
Sorry. We'll have Dr. O'Brien.
Go ahead. I was just going to precede Dr. Boatwright by saying that during our recent visits out to school sites, actually, Trustee Carrillo accompanied me to a visit to Liddell Elementary, and we witnessed 4 schools, Houghton Kearney and River Bluff, and also Tilly Elementary were there. And it was really amazing to see all of those teachers engaging in very focused conversations around instruction, what they can do and how they can plan together to, in a very concerted and productive way, to really move the needle on student achievement in Central Unified. So I just want to thank those principals and all their teams, and I know that Trustee Carrillo enjoyed that visit too, and discussing the Solution Tree contract, and that's just by ways of introducing what Dr. Boatwright is going to talk about now.
Thank you so much. So in order to support academic goals and ensure high levels of learning for all students, there is a need for continued Professional Learning Committee, or PLC, work. The plan for 2025-2026 is to build on existing PLC structures within the district to ensure site leaders and teachers have the tools and strategies that they need to strengthen and support collaboration in their schools. I have invited 3 principals here tonight. I wanted to invite them up to the podium and have them share just some of their experience with the Solution Tree work. We have Principal Shalon Shepard from Biola Elementary. We have Principal Christian Ginger from Honfon-Tilly, and then we also have Principal Patricia McCurley from El Capitan.
Good evening. Thank you, President Singh, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. O'Brien. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to share with you guys what we've been doing with the work through our Solution Tree partnership and coaches supporting us. We are completing our 2nd year of our work with Solution Tree. I've had the privilege of working with the same PLC coach for 2 years now, building the team at Biola and their capacity to really provide strong, standards-based academic education for our students. We're a unique setting at Biola that we are a school of singletons, single grade levels. Our greatest challenge in starting was how do we train our teachers to truly collaborate, with each other when they don't share the same standards or the same academic discourse within their grade levels. So we did a lot of work our first year in how do we collaborate as singletons, how do we look at data points and have those strong conversations. This year, we then stepped into breaking down standards and taking the time to really dissect the grade level standards, working to identify what is the most essential of the essential, and identifying how we know students will be proficient on those standards. what I loved with this work is watching my staff grow, watching their capacity grow, and we're seeing the impact in our classrooms with our student performance. We have done a series of writing samples this year, following that process of breaking down the standard, identifying what proficiency is, looking at the completed data, and then determining next steps on what to do with our students that are meeting standard and needing to excel, or those that are still struggling. When we do our panorama data, when one of the questions that it asks is about teachers and their own efficacy, how they believe that they are doing as teachers. Last year, at the end of our first year with our PLC coach, only 44% of my teaching staff actually identified themselves as feeling confident that they're providing strong standards-based instruction. That was a pretty devastating number because we know statistically that teacher efficacy is a huge game changer in how our kids end up performing. And so if you look at the slide we have on the screen there, this year's panorama data, 83% of my staff now feel that they are confident that they're providing rigorous standards-based curriculum and instruction to our students. That could not have happened in the span of time that we've had without the support of our solution tree coach, somebody that is able to help guide me as an administrator, to help narrow the focus, build my team, build my capacity, my teachers' capacity, and get us to this place. For me, the work's not done. We still have another layer to go in identifying the essentials of the essential standards and more of that vertical teaming within our own staff. And so I really look forward to the opportunity to be able to work with a coach again this coming year.
Good evening. So a lot of my statements will echo what Principal Shepard had stated. So Honfon-Tilly has had the privilege of working with our solution tree coach for the last 2 years. Within those 2 years, teachers and administrators, myself and my vice principal, have worked alongside our coach to build capacity and clarity around Common Core standards to support student learning and proficiency. According to Hattie's meta-analysis of most effective influences on student performance, teacher efficacy has a significant effect size on student achievement, with collective efficacy having an even greater influence. Historically, the spring panorama data has indicated anywhere between 57 and 65% of Honfon-Tilly's teachers feeling confident in being efficacious. However, through the ongoing PLC coaching the last 2 years, the implementation and accountability with support of dissecting priority standards to understand what exactly students need to know, identifying common formative assessments, and consistency in planning units of study with interventions and supports embedded in during PLCs, our teachers at Honfon-Tilly have indicated a 35% increase in teacher efficacy, with 100% of our teachers feeling confident that they are providing rigorous standards-based instruction. And I know you may not be able to see that, and I know one of the questions may be, well, what is the response rate? So the response rate was all 20 of my teachers who have rostered students to them that are in grade level classrooms took that survey. So that is a true representation. That is 100% of our grade level teachers who feel efficacious in their instruction. That is a significant change that also supports teacher clarity. When teachers have clarity about what they need their students to learn and how to get them there, student achievement increases. Our solution tree coach, as mentioned, has been a significant support for our teachers, our students, and our administrative team, especially when it comes to discussing and analyzing grade level data. Not only do our teams analyze and discuss common assessment data, but our site leadership team also discusses common formative assessment data or proficiency data on a monthly basis, which is the graphic on the other side of the screen. As you can see from that graphic, trust and transparency in reporting that data and discussing that data are key. We all know that we own that data, as all of those students are our students. We have been able to vertically align expectations and learning targets, supports, and interventions through those conversations to positively influence student learning. These conversations are productive and prescriptive in nature. Conversations about school-wide supports, nuances in academic vocabulary varying between the grade levels, and the progression of expectations of standards are all items that have been discussed, and collective clarity is gained during that time. All of these conversations and instructional practices were not as in-depth as they were before we received coaching through Solution Tree. At Honfontilli, we have gained so much clarity and understanding around standards and what our students need to know to be proficient. We know, however, that our work is not done. Research shows that meaningful change typically takes 3 to 5 years to fully implement and observe significant sustained impact. We would like nothing more than to continue this work and academic momentum into the next school year.
El Capitan has experienced steady growth over the past 3 years while working with our coach through Solution Tree. You can see the steady progress towards standards mastery our students are making. El Capitan has grown tremendously. You can see by the slides that you have for you. Using iReady as the local assessment to measure progress, our students have progressed from 9% from 2022 when we started with our coach to a projected 25% proficiency this year in math, and from a meek 2.5% in 2022 to a projected 46% proficiency in reading this year. During the same period of time, our DNF rate has decreased from 30% of students failing at least one class to 8%. Through the collaborative focus of PLCs, you can see and feel the progress in our classrooms. Instructional practices are driven by teachers using common formative assessments, checks for understanding, reviewing data with their colleagues, reteaching, and reassessing, all of which are guided and planned during the weekly PLC meetings. This process is not taught in college preparatory classes. This is a process that requires long-term commitment, a systematic approach, and buy-in from all. It requires evaluation, refinement, and adjustments based on the present needs of students, which is a constant moving target. The staff have grown tremendously in the past few years as we have worked with our Solution Tree coach. And when I say staff, I include our classified staff in this. They too work with our coach. Our special education instructional aides are provided with training relevant to professional learning communities as well. They also review data based on the students' IEPs they support. They work with teachers to provide instructional support in the classrooms and after school, and they use the data provided to make adjustments to how they support our students. This data and coaching has provided me and my team with thoughts, ideas, supports, strategies, and accountability to make changes needed for our students. As a result of everyone learning so much over the past few years through our coaching, El Capitan has been recognized as a promising practices school specifically for the growth made as a result of PLCs. As an administrative team, we thank you for your time and consideration in continuing the work with Solution Tree to promote professional learning communities in our classrooms, our school, and in our district. Thank you guys for your time.
And with that, administration is recommending that this item be placed on the May 27th board agenda for action, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I'm sure our principals would be happy to as well.
Any questions or comments for now? Oh, we have a comment from the public?
Yes, we have a comment from the public, and then board, we have Laura Bolton, and you will have 3 minutes.
I just want to share some information. I would like to encourage you to request the panorama data from all of the schools on the questions that you saw. The iReady data from all the schools for math and ELA, and the DNF rates from all the middle school and high schools, please. Rio Vista reached out to me wanting some support about potentially not having Solution Tree coming back. I put together a single question survey for them, and it simply just asked would they like their Solution Tree coach to come back for another year of Solution Tree coaching, and then a follow-up, if yes, why, if no, why. We had 22 responses, and 19 were no, 3 were yes. Of the yes, 1 was pretty lengthy in description about how they would really like to see some PLC work that is more specific to electives. The elective groups and the singletons feel very left out of this process. They don't feel like it applies to them and feel like it's kind of a waste for them. And then I'd like to point out one comment from the no's. The first 2 years were helpful at getting our department aligned and on track. However, the last set of meetings seem to be just the same info and goals as before. We are set to continue our PLC growth and alignments. I believe many people in the district feel this way after several years of solution tree work, that they are feeling good about it and that they don't need to continue to be hit over the head with the same stuff over and over again. So unless this is drastically new and different, I think maybe we could look at patching this in for our newer people who have not gone through training, as opposed to continuing on with those who have had it for several years now. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Singh, no other comments from the public at this time.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Trustee Carrillo and then Trustee Sellers.
What is the purpose of the PLC contract? So what is our expectation as to, we heard great things from the principals and my recollection is in the last couple of years that we've talked about this, and from my friends who are teachers, not in the district, this is always a struggle because you're really looking into the data and really focusing on why are things not working.
Right.
So what is our expectation of the contract? And how do we balance that with some of the feedback that we're hearing? And what I would assume and perceive, and this is just me making an assumption, is potentially pushback from the critical discussion of this is the data, the students are not learning.
Right. So the first year that we entered into a solution tree contract, we had quite a bit of pushback. And I think there were some people that reached out to you, our school board, our trustees, with concerns and their unwillingness to go through this process. Our PLCs, for many years, we've had PLCs in Central Unified for probably, 10, 15 years now. And what was happening was that they were not functioning effectively. They are what we call PLC light. So they were sort of going through the process. They had the 4 questions, but they weren't really utilizing the process to actually have a positive impact in the classroom. That's when we entered into the solution tree contract the very first year. Like I said, there was a lot of pushback. Some people bought in right away and were willing to kind of sit down at the table and to be very transparent about their data and their practices and to work together. Others just wanted to sort of keep doing what they were doing, which, as I said, was not very effective. We got through that first year, entered into the second year in the contract, and that's where we really started to see the progress and the growth. Our teachers became, as a whole, less resistant. Our principals really started to be able to engage in more academic and rigorous conversations around standards, essential standards, and those practices in the data. I meet with the solution tree coaches on a quarterly basis. And what I do is I sit with them virtually, but we talk about, what are you working on at the school sites? They tell me the things that they're working with the teachers on. We've talked about, some of the resistance and some of the things that they've done to sort of, have people, to kind of join them along in this academic journey. We are seeing progress. It does not happen in a year or two. This work takes considerable time, it takes focus, it takes dedication. I really would, and I know that I'm retiring soon, but I would love to see this work continue on for at least into the next third, fourth year, to really, really see this work really permeate Central Unified. As part of this contract, we're also asking to add our high schools for next year. They were initially approved and set to begin this year, but since all 3 of our high schools were going through the WASC accreditation process, that is a very rigorous, time-consuming process, we agreed to have them start next year. And so they are excited and willing to join the process as well.
So what can we do in situations, and I'm sure Rio Vista isn't the only school that may feel this way, because we're approving this contract and we're requiring every school within our district to participate in the PLC, correct?
That is correct.
And so then I believe my recollection is that the principals are responsible for ensuring that this work is happening.
Yes, yes.
So what additional work can we do to ensure that we're hearing the feedback, regardless of what school you're in, whether it's the role of the principal or assistant superintendent or our area administrators, to come in and say, well, this isn't working, we need to reframe, or I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out how are you ensuring that this is effective? I mean, you've also, and our principal said it's going to take time, which I hate. I want everything to happen now because our students need to be able to see that growth and that impact now. So what measures are we putting in place to make sure that it is working?
So we do monitor the data. You know, we're in classrooms. Our area administrators are out at classrooms all the time. Our principals do sit in on many of the PLC sessions that are happening at their school sites on a weekly basis. When the solution tree coaches come out, so for elementary, for example, for this next year, they would come out a total of 5 days over the entire school year. So they're not there on a weekly basis going through this process. So they come out, they spend a day at the school site, they spend time in the PLC meetings, and then they spend time sitting and working with the principal individually as well. It's up to the principal then and the VP at the school site to continue that work. So they're continuously going into those PLCs. They're continuously going into the classrooms to see the impact of the work. I would regret if we stopped this process now, because I feel like we're really on just the brink of really seeing a lot of things just starting to come together in Central Unified. The progress that we saw just from what those 3 principals shared is what we are seeing across the district.
Okay.
I'd like to add to Dr. Boatwright's response when you're ready.
Go ahead.
You know, in recognizing what Ms. Bolton mentioned about PLC at the secondary level, at the intermediate level, and also at the high school level, it does look a little different than it does at the elementary school. And we heard Principal Shepherd from Biola talk about the singletons and how beneficial it is to be able to collaborate with teachers from like grade levels from other schools. Similarly, at the middle school and the high school, discussions around how the PLC concept can be more beneficial have to occur. So, for example, if you're a single French teacher and there is no other French teacher at your school, then, you know, collaboration across schools within the district is an option that many districts do very successfully. And as you mentioned, Ms. Bolton, then there are also electives, and similarly, teachers in different electives, whether it's art or drama or any of these electives, very healthy conversations and beneficial conversations can occur to help us continue to improve our elective offerings and our students' success in those electives. So I think a big part, I think it would be, what's the word? You know, I think we would be the word's not coming to me, but if we based the decision on some of the areas where it demands a little more focus and attention on how we can use the PLC process to enhance student learning, even within those singleton areas or electives. There is no doubt in my mind that, and I agree with Dr. Boatwright, that it's a game changer in our district. And PLC Light is a common term that we use in education, because if we don't continue to stay with it, and if we don't continue to freshen our skills and have our solution tree coaches inspire us and encourage us as teams to think and evolve and grow, we will become PLC Light, where we revert to using those meetings to plan out other things and not actually focus on the data. And it is hard work. It is hard to sit down and to talk about how my class had only 47% proficiency, but my two colleagues had 87% proficiency, and to talk about what was it that you did in your classroom that helped your children be more successful. These are vulnerable and raw and real conversations that take a little time, like Dr. Broadwright was saying, and our principals were saying it. They take nuanced leadership, and I'm so glad that our leaders are, as I witnessed and you witnessed the other day when we were out at Liddell, our leaders are in the thick of it, in those conversations with our teachers, supporting them and learning. So I think it would be a shame if we based a decision on just the areas, and I think Ms. Bolton brings up a point, that there is room for conversations about how the PLC can be adapted to some of the areas that are a little more nuanced. But the majority of especially our early learning experiences in our schools occurs at the elementary level, where PLC is a total game changer, in my opinion.
My last question on this item, and just very briefly, because I know that the purpose of this item is to consider approval and renewal of the contract. How does this contract or the work that the PLCs are doing support EL students? I hope that was a good sight. Okay.
Is this on? Yes. So I can speak for myself, Liddell, River Bluff, and now Houghton Kearney, because we all share the same coach, which is amazing. Our teachers and our grade level teams are identifying and creating units of study, which you heard me kind of mention. In those units of study, they dissect the standards, they identify the learning targets, they identify the materials and supports that students may need. And then there's an added section where it talks about interventions, supports, scaffolds for our students with disabilities and our EL students. I'm just going to go on a soapbox here really fast. That's why I script things out, guys, not because I can't speak to you, but I will go rogue like I'm doing right now. We just got our summative LPAC scores back, and I will tell you we are going to surpass our 20% reclassification rate at Honfontilly, so I'm super excited about that. The PLC work, along with some other EL supports that we've put in place, has supported that growth. So we talk about our students with disabilities, we talk about our EL students, we talk about our African American youth, we talk about all of our subgroups when we delineate that data, and then we identify interventions, supports, reteach, reassessing through that process. So it really is all encompassing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Trustee Sellers?
I think you guys kind of hit on most of my questions. I just want to confirm that we have different solution tree coaches traveling from site to site. I'm trying to figure out a reason why there may be a variable in the feedback, that some really favor it and others not so much. Is it a possibility, and how are we kind of tracking the accountability from those individuals to individuals?
So as I mentioned, I do meet with the coaches on a quarterly basis. If there are specific concerns about a coach, we have switched out coaches in the past. So Solution Tree they work really well with us. We had concerns 2 years ago, and it was at Rio Vista, with the coach that was there. He was not a good fit for that school environment. And so we did talk to Solution Tree, and we had that coach just switched with someone who was a better fit. These coaches are not from the area. They travel from across the United States. And so they come in with different perspectives sometimes, all part of the Solution Tree philosophy and that mindset, but sometimes their ability to work with certain teams is not as effective. And so I would welcomely sit down with Principal Fink and also Mark Fowler, who's our area administrator, and see if maybe there's something like that that's going on.
Okay, thank you. My last question, you guys kind of briefly mentioned, I was asked, how does this apply to special education? Sounds like it's It's already in the works.
Yeah, it's exactly what Principal Ginger was just saying. Principal, did you want to add?
So our special ed teachers are a part of the process, and they are meeting at various levels. So for the middle school level at El Capitan, the special ed teachers are meeting with the gen ed students, with the gen ed teachers, and they're working to support the gen ed teachers on how they can better provide interventions for their special ed students based off of the data, and that is happening on a regular basis. I want to speak to Trustee Carrillo. You had mentioned the singletons and the elective teachers. So at El Capitan, with our solution tree coach, we actually found a way to use informational text, and that standard is taught in every single classroom, or has the ability to be taught in every single classroom. And so for our elective teachers at El Capitan with our solution tree coach, we are using the informational text standards to be able to PLC around those specific standards in order for them to go through the PLC process and be able to articulate what the students' needs are across their common language. So no matter if you're teaching woodshop, or if you are teaching theater, dance, if you are teaching home economics, art, everyone is using informational text to teach, and we're using those standards to go through that process of deconstructing the standards, understanding the rigor, and teaching those, and then looking at that data. So that is something that others can do as well, to bring in that PLC process for those singletons.
I have nothing else.
Trustee Kerfon, and then Trustee Chavez.
Thank you. I just want to comment my support for the solution tree contract. This board has set the expectations that our test scores and learning must improve at Central Unified. We're not accepting the status quo, but this district is implementing that direction from the board, and we're seeing success as a result. Professional development cannot happen in a silo, and community is at the center of education. As we heard from Principal Shepard, that when implemented correctly, there is even PLC support for the singletons. And last week, I was in classrooms at Tilley Elementary with Principal Ginger, and the level of rigor and learning happening in these classrooms, which serves some of our most vulnerable students in Central, blew me away. And Principal McCurley, your iReady growth and the D&F reduction, as we discussed when we met this week, without sacrificing the rigor in your classrooms, is commendable. It just goes to show that student learning and achievement is the focus of you and your teachers. So thank you. The solution tree contract, from what we've seen, is working. And I feel like if we were to change course, if we were to remove this contract, it's going to hinder our ability to grow in those metrics that we have set expectations that we must meet. So I appreciate the concerns, and we should always find ways to fine-tune it. You know, we want to be accountable to ourselves, to our administrators, to our teachers. We also should be accountable to our coaches. If the coach isn't working, we'll find a new coach. If the coach is working, let's replicate that, because that is what PLC, Professional Learning Communities, is all about. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Trustee Chavez?
I just have one question. So obviously I don't think we can make everybody happy. Like, I think it's different users, different expectations, all kinds of things. I think just really considering some of the people that might not be finding the most benefit from Solution Tree, my question is around if somebody has already had a couple of years of Solution Tree, is there the possibility of them having additional, can it scale to the knowledge so it's like not repetition, so you're not coming in and repeating every year like the same things that you had previously? So is there flexibility, I guess is what I'm saying.
So it's not meant to be a repeat. They're meant to continue to build on the work. And so one of the things that Principal Shepard was talking about was sort of what that progression looked like for them, and then looking ahead to next year, where they plan to go next. So all of our school sites are sort of in a different place with the work. There's like a needs assessment that was completed at the very beginning to really identify, not everyone started at step one. Some grade level PLC started at a different level along that process. So it's individualized. It's meant to be individualized by school site and also by grade level teams.
Okay. So I think, just based on understanding that we have to serve a large group. So even though we may have people who may not find the most benefit, I think just given the time constraints and us trying to find another provider and what we could do, I think maybe I'm just saying this out loud for myself, go through another year of Solution Tree, and then we come back to this, because this is only a 1-year contract for us to do this for one more, or how many years?
This is a 1-year contract.
Okay. So we can revisit and get some feedback next year. So that's just what I'd like to see, is just for us to do a check-in next year and to really, because I don't feel like I have enough information at the moment, but I do think we'd be cutting it short. I don't know if we're getting maximum value by just deciding to not continue it. So next year at this time, I'd like to see additional feedback or some sort of reporting out of, where we found ourselves.
Trustee Correa?
I know that this is towards the end of our agenda, but what I would like to see, and it sounds like there may be support and consensus from the board, I think this is our 3rd year, right? Or is it going to be our 4th?
So next year will be our 3rd year for elementary and middle school, 1st year for high school.
Okay. It would be helpful when we schedule our workshops related to student performance to spend a good amount of our time talking about the PLC expectations and what that work looks like, so that we all better understand. Because I know we receive bits and pieces as to what that work looks like when we get presentations, and you guys are doing fabulous work. But it also, when we have these workshops, it helps notify the public, including our teachers and our staff, what the contract is supposed to do or what the program is supposed to do, and provides them an opportunity to then provide feedback, because I think that is important. Our job is just to approve contracts and review and question and make sure that it's following our mission and our goals. Right. But I think it's important that our community, including our employees, understand what is the avenue to provide that feedback, and we kind of remove the stigma from being such taboo to talk about the data and acknowledging we need to improve.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just because of the size of the contract, we'll have it returned under action. And if anyone else has any other questions they'd like to get answered. We move on to information item number 3, receive information on the Parsec Education Incorporated. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Boatwright.
Thank you. Parsec has provided a service this year that allows us to quickly and effectively monitor student achievement along with the impact of our instructional programs. So the Parsec dashboard, it's unique for us. It allows us to create reports with a 360-degree view of students' educational experience through the analysis of both quantitative data, which we see, numbers, but also those qualitative data pieces, which have become very, very important. One feature of Parsec does allow us to send questions out to students, to staff, to parents in multiple languages, and then their responses are quickly analyzed and added with a report on program evaluation. So one particular program this year that we've added with Parsec is our letters program. So we've been able to really monitor the progress of those students that are in classrooms with those teachers that are receiving that letters training. Administration is recommending that this item be placed on the May 27th board agenda for action, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions or comments from the board? Then we'll have it returned under consent. And if anyone has any questions, please follow up with me. We turn to item number 4, receive information regarding the 2025-2026 contracts to support academic achievements. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Boatwright, but I think Dr. O'Brien was going to share a little bit first.
And I just wanted to reiterate how proud I am to have witnessed 84 teachers, actually it's 88 teachers in total, who completed 2 years of training outside of the school day recently at Glacier Point on Oh. We were able to witness them and celebrate them and congratulate them. But I will say, as we've been going around the district and witnessing children learning reading in the classrooms, there is very intentional, engaged, specific teaching of reading going on in our classrooms. And already we've been talking about the progress that our teachers are seeing, and I anticipate that we'll start seeing it on state tests now as we start going through the cohorts. We have another couple of cohorts. One has just begun, another one is about to begin. So we will, right now, in this go-round, we'll have 170 teachers trained in letters, which is really great news for Central Unified.
And 17 elementary administrators, which is also very exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a number of academic contracts. I'll go through these with you. So the first one is Illuminate Education, or Renaissance. This is a one-year extension of an existing contract. This system does host testing data, and it also allows teachers to create standardized assessments for classroom instruction. I also have Imagine Learning. This is a 2-year extension of an existing contract for students who are deficient in credits for credit recovery, original credit content for summer programs, and then it's also the core curriculum for our central online homeschool. The third contract is iReady Curriculum Associates. This is a 1-year extension of an existing contract. This contract has been in place with us for 5 years. iReady provides assessment of students' ELA and math achievement, along with instructional support in grades K through 8. So this is our benchmarking progress monitoring system in Central Unified. There's also the contract for letters, which is what Dr. O'Brien was just mentioning. This letters, it leverages research to help educators identify the source of reading difficulties and then utilize the components of the science of reading to address those gaps in learning. It's really focused on early literacy, so preschool through 3rd grade. Panorama, this is for a 2-year extension of an existing contract. This is a comprehensive data analysis and reporting survey for students, families, teachers, and staff. This really gathers information regarding culture and climate. We have Star Reading Renaissance. This is a 1-year extension of an existing contract. It provides reading assessment information to monitor students as they reach high levels of literacy. And then lastly, Success Together. This is a family engagement program designed to strengthen the connection between schools and families. We'd like to bring this program in for next year to work with our littlest students in our preschool program. So we are recommending that this item be placed on the May 27th board agenda for action, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about these contracts.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Singh. Dr. Boatwright, Ingenuity under Imagine Learning, that used to be called E2020, right?
Yes, it's the same program.
So that program and the Star Reading we've had in the district for quite some time, right?
Yes, we have.
Are any of these other are other contracts long-term contracts, or which ones are new, which ones are, we've established?
These are all existing contracts. These
Okay.
are extensions for existing contracts. We've even had Success Together. We just want to add it next year for our preschool programs.
Okay. And for Imagine Learning, aside from Central Online, are we using that for original main course credit?
Yes, so we do use this for original credit over the summertime. With our summer program for original credit, that looks different from our regular school year. So for 4 weeks of summer program, students receive 5 hours a day of seat-based learning with a teacher who's credentialed to teach that subject. And then in addition to the 4 weeks of 5-hour-a-day seat-based learning, there's an additional 2 weeks where they work independently and they're still monitored by an instructor. So our year-long courses during the school year are 150 hours of seat-based learning. And so when you look at our summer program, the way that it's structured, students are receiving a comparable number of hours.
Okay. I guess I'm not as familiar with that curriculum because from what I have heard, that it doesn't have the same level of rigor as, our traditional, year-round instruction around the course. My concern is if we should be doing this for original credit. I don't mind for credit recovery, but I just worry if they are maintaining and learning the same standards if they're just doing it over 1 month instead of year round.
So it's over 6 weeks, and like I said, 5 hours a day is quite a bit of time, of seat-based time that they're spending with a teacher. They're not spending 5 hours a day during the regular school year. This is also the core curriculum for our Central Online Homeschool, so that is the curriculum they use year-round. We've used Edgenuity or E2020 in our summer programs for original credit for a few years now. Last year, we had 642 courses completed during the summer program for original credit with success.
Right. Thank you. That's the only contract I have a question on. I'm a big fan of star reading and letters. Not as familiar on the others, but I'll be reading into them.
Any other question or comments from the board? Since most of these are returning, we'll just have this come on as consent. Thank you. We've turned to item number 5, receive information regarding core and supplemental materials for TK/K through 2. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Boatwright.
And thank you again. I'll just keep going tonight. So administration has reviewed and is recommending the following instructional materials for approval based on their effectiveness as learning resources to support grade level competency. Now the first one is Amplify or M-Class. This is the proposed assessment screener for kindergarten through 2nd grade students. It aligns with Education Code 53008, which requires all local educational agencies to assess students from kindergarten through grade 2 for risk of reading difficulties with a screener. This did come from the state-approved list, and that work use of this screener must begin in the fall. The second item here is for Frog Street. This proposed curriculum meets the criteria and is designed to provide targeted instruction for transitional kindergarten students. This year was the first year that the state actually released state-approved materials for transitional kindergarten, and so the curriculum that we've used all these years has been sort of a modified version of our kindergarten curriculum. So we're excited to actually have something that we can use for our TK students. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the May 27th board agenda for action. I'm happy to answer questions.
Trustee Creel?
So with respect to the screener, how are we going to ensure that based on the assessments that are being conducted, that the teachers, the principal, and every school site is consistent with using that information to actually help students? Not that anyone would not help students, but that something is being done, and how are we holding students?
Yeah, and it's brand new, and it's something that every single student is going to receive. So the idea with this is that we can identify students at a very young age that have reading difficulties. Our early literacy supervisor, Michelle Bergman, has been instrumental in this work. And we'll be working to put together a very standardized process and procedure to follow when students are identified. So basically, they take the screener, and a student that receives a red check is one that's been sort of tagged as these potential difficulties. Our teachers that are going through the letters training are receiving very specific training, on what to do to help these students and to sort of rectify these early reading difficulties. We also have students in our reading labs, so our reading lab teachers as well have very specific training on what to do with these students. I'm also very, very happy that we'll have our early literacy supplemental materials in all of our primary classrooms starting in the fall. So that's also going to be very specific and targeted to address these reading difficulties when they're identified. And so we have set up a very good support system to help these students once they are identified. And then, of course, if we go through all of our interventions, all of our programs in the classroom, and a student is still struggling, well, then we'll have to look at something different. You know, perhaps that student might have a reading disorder such as dyslexia that's going to require more intensive support. Maybe we have a student that has a learning disability. But we would want to exhaust all of our resources and supports first before we go down that process, because the last thing we want to do is label a child if there's no need to do so.
Are we going to be providing training? So I know you mentioned that the letters, or the teachers that are going through the letters, and I believe the 3 administrators, maybe it was a larger number.
17.
17.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe we'll have 147 teachers trained?
We will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is reflective of the number of teachers that we have. So
Right.
are we going to be providing training to ensure that everyone knows what their role and responsibilities are with respect to assisting students who receive the red check?
Yes. So we have those 2 professional development days at the very start of the school year. And so a portion of one of those days will be dedicated to this reading screener, training the teachers that will be administering it, and also training them on what to do with the information that they receive.
Thank you.
Trustee Gerfond?
Thank you, President Singh. I think the Amplify contract is going to be another game changer for the district. I've done some work with older kids who do have learning disabilities or have dyslexia, and their parents didn't find out until much later in their school life. So if they had been able to be screened out, this universal screening like we're proposing, that could have helped them get intervention and get support well early into their education career. And as people know, 3rd grade is really the transition time when you stop learning how to read and reading to learn. So the kind of intervention would really help a lot of our kids. Obviously, we don't want to over-label, but being able to identify and find support for kids is something I think we all care deeply about, is providing support for kids who are struggling. So I'm looking forward to approving this contract.
Great. So that will have a return under consent. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 6, receive information on extension of core and supplemental materials for 2025-2026 elementary and secondary courses. Dr. Boatwright.
These instructional materials are currently adopted and in use in Central Unified. Due to the fact that new State Board of Education adoptions are not yet available, we need to extend current contracts for instructional materials. So the first one is for Amplify. This is a 4-year extension of English Language Arts for middle schools. Carnegie Learning, which is a 1-year purchase of math for middle schools. HMH, which is a 4-year extension of science for the high schools. McGraw-Hill, which is a 4-year extension of English Language Arts for elementary, and then Savas Publishing, which is a 4-year extension of English Language Arts for high schools. Now, we do still have our textbooks, right, that go with these adoptions, but what we have to do is we need to renew the contracts for the consumable materials and then also the digital items that come with these programs. So administration is recommending that this item be placed on the May 27th board agenda for action. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. And we'll have it returned under consent. We move on to item number 7, receive information regarding core and supplemental materials for secondary courses. Dr. Boatwright.
Central East High School's French teacher has reviewed and requested these items for use beginning with the new school year for an AP French course. Approval is requested for the following textbook and supplemental instructional materials. You'll see that's, and I don't know French, AP Pronounce, 2nd edition, and then also a novel, Phantom of the Opera. Administration recommends this item be placed on the May 27th board agenda for action. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Doesn't look like any questions. We'll have it returned under consent. Thank you. Move on to item number 8, receive information regarding the 2025-2026 dates for elementary schools attending 6th grade camp. Area Administrator Pennington, but I think Dr. O'Brien was going to lead off.
Actually, I'll turn this over to Area Administrator Pennington.
Good evening, Board President Singh, Interim Superintendent O'Brien, and members of the board. So contracts require board approval. Tonight, all 15, including our new Singh Elementary School, are requesting approval for contracts to have students attend 6th grade camp during the 2025-2026 school year. Documentation's attached, and administration is recommending approval and that this item be placed on the May 27th agenda for action. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Trustee Griffon, then Trustee Creel. Okay, Trustee Creel.
I now know why I was going to comment, but actually, Trustee Carrillo did charge us with taking a look at this, and we had a lengthy discussion about it at our cabinet meeting. And we did see, we have 3 different places, Calvin Crest, Wonder Valley, and Sierra Outdoor, slightly different prices per student. And then we also took into account that, some of our smaller schools like Biola might not use even half of the $20,000 allotment, but other schools such as Tilly, for example, might actually need more. So we found ourselves realizing that there's an inequitable access to these programs, and that the students who are at larger schools, regardless of their socioeconomic status, are being required to fundraise versus students at smaller schools may not. So we did the math, and appreciate you asking those questions because they did force us to reflect on it. And it turned out that the math turns out that if when we award all of our 15 schools at $20,000, that's about $300,000. But for an extra $36,000, we could provide every student with an equitable access to their 6th grade summer camp camp. And so we would like to bring it back to you with that proposal. Unless there's any other questions or comments, but I do appreciate the partnership that went into that discussion.
Trustee Creel.
Thank you very much for that, because I did look and I had my notes about that. What I couldn't figure out, and maybe I just missed it because I looked at these very quickly since there were a number of them. Does this include transportation cost? Because I believe all I saw was the fee for accessing the camp. It does not include transportation cost.
No, it does not. No, the website funds that.
Which is great. So I love the idea of increasing to make sure that at a minimum we're covering the entire cost. And I know that this was something that I advocated for the allocation, but we wanted to be very intentional of moving forward because it was literally a matter of we were approving these contracts, and then each of the schools, for those new board members, each of our schools was then using their own funds to support this versus the district saying, we're going to give you this money to make sure that you're not having to make the decision of what program you're going to attend or how many students are going to be going and how much parents have to raise. So I love that. I would eventually, and it doesn't need to happen for the next year, but something for future board members to consider in the ongoing years is what's the cost for transportation. And we know that that's constantly increasing. And so they will still have to allocate some funding, but I would be curious to know what that's costing.
I do know that many of them that go to Wonder Valley, it's a lot closer, whereas I'm not sure. Calvin Crest is a little further away, so it would cost a little more. I do know that Biola and Houghton Kearney usually go together, so that helps. But yeah, the transportation is definitely something that costs.
Right, and that's one of them. I won't say how I know, but they spend about $8,000 on just transportation. So in addition to their $25,872 that they're paying for just attending a Sierra Outdoor Camp, it's another $8,000, a little bit under $8,000. So I appreciate that, and unless there's any objection, I would love to have an item come back with that additional amount and perhaps then future items consider what's the cost of transportation and how do we allocate those funds.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Kurfan?
Thank you, President Singh. I'm a little curious as to why my first question is why 3 of our schools are not going with Wonder Valley. What's the thought process between choosing to go to the all the way to Sonora or Oakhurst?
And I think this has come up before. It's a decision the site makes. You know, the 6th grade teachers and the school site administration looking at their own, school site and really just basing it on their experience and what is beneficial to their students. So Wonder Valley has definite benefits because they're closer to us, but then there are the other opportunities that may be a little further away.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it's a question of feasibility, ability to afford it, things like that. And then I remember last year, most of the, but not all, again, of the elementary schools that had 6th grade camp that went to Wonder Valley, most of them also went to Cat Haven. I don't see that on this contract this year. Are they not doing that?
I don't recall that some may be taking field trips to Cat Haven.
No, it was combined. It was on the same item.
So those 2 places are really close together.
Right.
I mean, it would be easy for them to make that stop.
Yeah.
Our principals do also have their own site funds that they write into their single plans for student achievement. They're in the process of doing that right now. And very often they'll build in money for experiences for students. And so they could easily, it's
Right.
literally on the way to Wonder Valley.
So are they not planning on doing that this year, or?
That's a site-based decision.
Okay.
They definitely do build in those funds for transportation and those items into their own LCFF funds that they receive anytime.
Okay. Just curious, I've heard a lot of positivity from last year about that. Just hoping to see if we can continue that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. If no other questions, we'll have this. So there'll be
Action.
Action. Okay.
Please.
Thank you. So item number 9, receive information regarding Power School Attendance Intervention Software Contract 2025 to 2028 school years.
Hello again.
Dr. Lopez.
So at the beginning of the year, I had brought forward the Attention to Attendance A2A contract. What they do is they provide services to sites to monitor attendance efforts, letters aligned to the SAR process, and data tracking pertaining to those efforts by site. After examining this year the use of that program and examining other programs that we have available to us, we discovered the Power School Attendance Intervention software follows a continuous improvement model aimed at improving student outcomes by boosting student attendance. And it also offers additional services that usually through A2A we would have to pay for. For example, A2A focuses on tracking and monitoring and for us to be able to address the needs for chronic absenteeism and being able to communicate with families through letters and phone calls and identifying those students and families. However, Power School also offers opportunities for us to send cards, they call them digital cards, to kiddos that are improving attendance. So being able to know that we are not just focused on the chronically absent students, but if we're increasing attendance, that is an impact to that child and the fact that they're now choosing to come to school more frequently. The other option that it provides also, it allows us to text families in English, and the family receives that communication in their home language. So now when the family responds to us via text, it allows them to respond in their home language, and the administrator or teacher would receive it in English. So it allows for a total of 85 different languages for us to be able to communicate back and forth with families without waiting on a family outreach liaison to make that contact. Many times we wait on that one individual at the site to make all these different calls because of language barriers. Lastly, because we currently have other contracts within our district with Power School, they provide also a reduction in cost of about $5,000 per year. So administration is recommending that we bring this item back for action in our next board meeting.
Trustee Sellers?
Do we already currently have a software program that tracks attendance?
Yes, it's called A2A.
Okay. And we will continue with that, or that will be discontinued?
No, so that is expiring soon, and we already notified them that we would not be continuing, that we would be bringing a different program forward.
And does this program work? I know some of the schools use Minga and some of the others. Does this work and track attendance in that?
So it's a little different. So Minga and I believe there's another one called 5 Star. So it allows us to track student interactions in the hallway, restroom passes, and it allows us to collect data, which is also very important, whether a student is in class or out of class during periods, if the teacher uses the application, right? This here focuses on once that is reported. So let's say a student is absent from period 1, then this communication allows us to send a reminder to the parent that such and such student was absent from period 1. And what it also does is it allows us to enter notes for when we communicate with the families about that. And it allows us to have those conversations with the student about, well, we just noticed you were absent from period 1. Your parent got the call automatically through Power School. So it allows for a lot of ease in communication.
Okay. And then Parent Square, I know I get lots of updates on a regular basis if students absent from school, assignments are missing. Will we be utilizing this for those communications as well?
We are trying right now to determine whether we are going to stick with Parent Square for those processes or through this new application. But this is going to require us, once it's approved, to reach out to our administrators, get feedback, and
okay.
Determine.
If no other questions, we'll have it returned under consent.
Before we move on to the next item, as much as I'd like us to finish before 10:30, I don't think that's realistic. So I will, at this time, move to extend our meeting past 10:30 p.m.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Carrillo to extend the meeting past 10:30, and we have a second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We move on to item number 10, receive information regarding legal services for 2025-2026. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
Okay. This is a renewal of annual contracts for all the legal firms the district uses. So administration is recommending the item be placed on May 27th, board agenda for action.
Question on this item, or Trustee Carrillo?
I would just ask that this be placed on action, and I would just note that they're all increasing their prices, but that's consistent across all firms, so.
No other question, we'll have Trustee Kerfan.
Okay. President Singh, would it lead to an increase in hourly rate to have maybe possibly our junior associate attend our board meetings to provide legal counsel? Should the need arise?
Sorry.
This is agreements for legal service, including our district attorney, correct? For the district, for the board?
Correct. These are all law firms that we contract with
Yeah.
for various district-related legal services, yes.
Right.
So what
So-
you're asking, if I understand you correctly, is it would increase our legal fees if we had legal counsel present during our board meetings to ensure that we are in compliance with the Brown Act as usually
Brown
their
Act.
services.
Yep, Brown Act, other issues. Just I think it might benefit the board for a topic of discussion if we were to have that legal counsel at our board meetings to provide help if we ever get stuck on a motion, which has happened before. We may not always need the big partners. If we can get even an associate here, that might assist us as we grow in district and complexity.
So as I understand the contract, please, I know, jump in, Assistant Superintendent Iqbal. This is like the max, and then we draw down. If we were to have someone present, we're probably going to draw down much faster, even if there were like I said, not a senior partner.
So no, this item is for the board to consider at the next meeting approving contracting with these firms. We don't have, I looked quickly through the contracts. we're not setting a PO for any of them to say maximum of 50,000, maximum of 10,000. It's a matter of these are the folks that we've agreed and allowed our district to contract with without having to bring the contracts back every time. So the discussion you want to have, Trustee Kurfan, is not agendized today, and so that would be an appropriate request for the board president to consider and bring back. So the request is for an item to consider retaining legal services to attend our board meetings on a regular basis.
Exactly my point. We may want to have our board attorney here then. Thank you.
So we'll consider that at another time. So we will return this then under action at the next meeting. Item number 11, receive information regarding annual resolution 2425-53, authorizing to purchase via piggyback contracts and other cooperative purchasing agreements. Assistant Superintendent Iqbal.
The staff is requesting the use of available piggyback contract in existing. This is just a blanket authorization to use piggyback contract when applicable. Administration is recommending the item be placed on May 27th, 2025 board agenda for action. So we are just asking for a blanket authorization.
There's no questions or concern. We'll have this returned under consent. Thank you. Item number 12, received information regarding bid schedule and award for the Dakota and Hayes Fencing Project 2425-104. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you again, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent O'Brien. Tonight, you're receiving information regarding the Dakota Hayes Fencing Project bid schedule and award timeline. This project will consist of perimeter fencing around the entire 32 acres of property the district currently owns. This project began to advertise on May 5th and again on May 12th. The job walk was today at the project site, and we anticipate opening sealed bids on May the 21st, 2025. Administration recommends that this item return to the board on May the 27th, 2025 for award to the lowest apparent responsive bidder. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Trustee Sellers.
The fencing, is that to currently or secure the property as it is currently, or would that be used for future development once the site is improved and turned into a campus?
It's just to secure the site currently.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Creel.
Thank you, Trustee Sellers. That was my question.
Then we'll have it returned under action. Thank you. Item number 13, receive information regarding bid 2425-1404, fire alarm testing and inspection services. Director Bach.
Good evening, Board President Singh, board members, and Interim Superintendent O'Brien. On April 24th, the district posted our bid for the fire alarm testing and inspection services for our school sites. This bid is to provide the annual testing that's required for our fire alarm devices. Bids will be opened on May 13th today, and this item will return after the bid opening and review for approval. The cost of this inspection will be brought forward at the next board meeting. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the next board meeting on May 27th, 2025 for action. After answering any questions the board may have.
Looking like none, we'll have it returned under consent.
Was there a cost associated with that yet?
We have a cost from last year, and it was very close to the bid limit going forward, so we went out to bid. It was $116,000. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Next item, number 14, receive information regarding bid 2425-1403, Roosevelt Elementary Cafeteria HVAC installation. Director Watt.
Good evening again, board members. On April 21st, 2025, the district posted a bid for the install of the Roosevelt Elementary Cafeteria HVAC. Previously, the board had approved the purchase of the HVAC unit for this cafeteria. Bids were opened on May 9th. We are still in the review process, and the cost and this item will return at the next board item. Administration is recommending that this item be placed on the May 27th, 2025 board meeting for action after I answer any questions the board may have.
Then we'll have it returned under consent.
It needs to come back for action.
Oh, sorry, for action, that's right. Probably need to make the change for the previous item too. Last number, then 15, receive information regarding JAMF Apple Device Manager renewal. Director Martinez.
All right, good evening, Board President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent O'Brien. This item is the annual renewal for JAMP software. We use JAMP software to support and maintain over 4,000 Apple devices, including MacBooks, iPads, and Apple TVs. The cost is approximately $55,000 to be funded out of general funds. Administration is recommending this item be placed on the May 27th board meeting for action, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
No questions, so this will have returned under consent. Thank you, Director Martinez. Next, advanced planning. Yeah, then information is attached. Additional information and closing comments from any of the board members? Trustee Correa?
Just a couple of requests for future items. I believe we are completing the first year, maybe the second year of our police officer contracts. And if I remember correctly, I haven't pulled them, but I believe it requires an annual report out of information related to incidents and other information that we allegedly or they allegedly collect. So I would just like to flag that and make sure that we bring it back at an appropriate time for report on that information. There was a request from a community member 2 meetings ago for a item on the valedictorian. And so I just want to make sure that we flag that and at an appropriate time, we bring that back. And then finally, I did request this already, but just so that it's in the appropriate item, a PLC progress report or update on what the expectations are. And then I would specifically like information when that gets presented at an appropriate time that you all determine, how that's supporting EL students, special education students, and then some of our subgroups with the larger population of student representatives like our African American students that have lower performing ratings in our dashboard. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Kirk?
Thank you very much. Speaking of future agenda items, I would love to see an update on our ethnic studies progress, both in development of a curriculum and training and support for our faculty who will be teaching those classes to our students. So an update on where we are with that. Thank you.
And with that, a reminder, our next regular board meeting will be held here Tuesday, May 27, 2025 at 6 p.m. for closed session, 7 p.m. for public session at District Office Room 13. And with that, we will be adjourning back to closed session. Thank you all.